Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for October 15th, 2020. And I'll ask the commissioners to please come online. And then we're going to go to Ms. Rydell to do a roll call vote for attendance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. Begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here. Hello.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's great to see everyone. In addition to our televised coverage, we also are allowing today electronic participation. So I would ask staff to please provide the slide now that shows the public how they can participate with the Planning Commission today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you are attending the webinar and you wish to comment on a particular item, you can do so by raising your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. Please note you only need to click the hand one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down as shown in the bottom right-hand corner. Every speaker will have 2 minutes, and you may not share your time with another speaker. And we'll have these instructions up for each item to help out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Okay, now we're going to go to preliminary matters. And I'll go to Ms. DeBusk and ask if we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items.
Madam Chair, thank you. I do just want to note for the record that we have revised the agenda order. That was posted on Monday, but if you only looked at the agenda prior to that, the order of today's discussion items will be, first is the AIA Design Charrette overview. Second is visioning the future of downtown State Street. And third will be the water supply planning overview.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Now we go to announcements and appeals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of announcements. First, to announce that the Paseo Nuevo Development Agreement, that project denial was appealed to the City Council, and the Council has set the date of December 8th, 2020 for the appeal hearing. I will need to request a Planning Commission representative for that item, and we can either do that at the end of today's meeting or on a later meeting date.
Let's go ahead and do that if we have time, and I think we will at the end of today's hearing.
Sounds good. Okay, great. And then my second announcement is some good news for one of our staff members. Heidi Rydell has accepted a job as a planning technician in the design review section, and she'll be managing the sign committee. So we're really excited that she has that new position, although we are certainly going to miss her and her assistance at the Planning Commission meetings, but we want to offer her congratulations for that new position. There will be quite a long transition period though, so she will be with us for several more months, definitely through the end of the year, and then likely into January and February to help train the new staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. There's lots of transitioning, lots of change in progress, and we just have to keep moving through change. And of course, congratulate Ms. Rydell. Ms. Wiscombe, you wanted to make a comment about that, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just, as chair of the commission for 2 years, last year and the year before, I just like to thank Heidi for all her efforts and her hard work. She is an incredibly hard worker, incredibly deserving of this position, and congratulations to her. And my gratitude goes out for all that she's done for the commission. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Very good. And then Ms. DeBusk, back to you for a moment. I think it would be helpful to hear about the outcome of the Olive Mill Coast Village Road roundabout project appeal, and Commissioner Reed very ably represented us at the council hearing for that appeal. Could you please give us just a very brief status on the outcome?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the City Council heard the appeal of the Olive Mill Roundabout on Tuesday night, and the council unanimously denied the appeal and upheld the Planning Commission's decision on that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buss. Now we're going to go to a review and consideration and action on the following draft Planning Commission minutes and resolutions. I think we can take the first two together because they both pertain to September 10th of 2020. We have our meeting minutes and we have a draft resolution number 008-20 for 2814 Serena Road. Are there any requested changes? Either has anything been omitted or any edits needed to the documents for September 10th? I'll wait a moment and see if there are any hands raised for those. Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioners Lodge and Wiscombe. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Rydell, would you please call a voice vote?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the voice roll call vote. Start with Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes,
That is unanimous. Thank you.
thank you. The next grouping of items pertain to our September 17th, 2020 hearing, and we have both meeting minutes and resolution number 009-20 for 635 East Gutierrez Street. Now, in terms of our meeting minutes, because we had the significant deliberation item on the Paseo Nuevo development agreement, if anyone would like me to peel those off in particular, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to open it up to any requested changes to anything in our meeting minutes. I'm gonna just hold on to see if anybody would like to comment. Or for that matter, the resolution. Any changes needed to the resolution? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Rydell, would you please rejoin us and do a voice vote on those documents?
Madam Chair, I'll move.
Oh,
I'll move the minutes of September 17th, 2020 with the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd be happy
Very
to second.
good. Thank you, Wiscombe and Bonderson. Back to you, Ms. Rydell.
Thank you so much, Chair Schwartz. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
I'll abstain.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, thank you. And just to note, Commissioner Reed was abstaining because of his absence, not for any other, shall we say, ideological position on the matter, but because he was not able to participate with us that day. Very good. Thank you, commissioners. You can go ahead and turn your webcams and your audio off for the time being. I'd like to come back to Ms. Kokinda to see if we have any comments from members of the public not on our agenda today.
And yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And generally, we do ask for public comment for the procedure to be for the webcams to be on from the commissioners.
Oh,
But I'm going to ask everyone, if you are joining us by webinar and you wish to speak on items that are not on the agenda, to please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. Please note, you only need to click it one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down, as shown in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. I do not see any raised hands at this moment. I would ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair, we did not receive any general written correspondence for this agenda.
And Chair Schwartz, still no hands, so please back to you.
okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks to everyone. Now we're able to go to our first item. It's a discussion item. And this is going to be a 1.5 hour item because we have a full afternoon, but we're very pleased to have representatives from the Santa Barbara chapter of the American Institute of Architects with us to first make a presentation by way of PowerPoint on the downtown design charrette, specifically an overview. So I'm going to ask, please, that representatives from the charrette team, please turn your webcams and your audio on. And Mr. Bolton will help facilitate, I believe, by launching the PowerPoint. There we are. And so let me just turn it over first for a quick introduction before we start the clock, Mr. Bolton. Would our 3 members of our AIA local chapter please introduce yourselves?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Detlef Pikert. People call me Detty, D-E-T-T-Y. I'm an architect and a principal with RRM Design Group, but also on the board of directors of the local chapter of the American Institute of Architects. Ellen?
Yes, Ellen Bildston, architect and board member on the AIA team of co-chair of advocacy together with Cass and Detty.
And I'm Cassandra Ansberg, and people call me Cass. And thank you, Chair Schwartz and planning commissioners for hearing us today. We're just really delighted to be here. I'm also an architect and, as Ellen said, co-chair with, honored to be co-chair with Ellen and Detty to work on advocacy issues for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to see all 3 of you. And so if you would leave your webcams on, I think the 3 of you are co-leading the presentation as I understand it. And we'll just get right into it. Whoever would like to kick off the overview, and then following the presentation, we're going to turn it back over to the commission for questions. And I understand there are 2 commissioners who have been involved with the charrette. As I've expressed to them, what I would like to do as a courtesy to the 5 commissioners who are not involved with the charrette is to first allow them to ask you questions. They are, less knowledgeable, shall we say. And then if there's still time, of course, we don't want to shortcut the full commission participation, but we could come back to, I believe it's Commissioners Reed and Bonderson who have been involved. But today is mostly questions for you. Not so much a full discussion of the charrette and the status. So with that, who would like to kick off? Is that you, Mr. Pikert?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioners. We are very excited and really pleased to have the opportunity today to kind of talk to you a little bit about the design charrette and the results that have come out over these past number of weeks, really a couple of months of work effort. I just want to say by way of introduction, this is not something entirely new for the AIA and architects in general. We have a long history of community engagement and trying to step up to offer our voluntary expertise and knowledge to help communities to envision what their environments and communities are going to look like in the future. And so, you know, we're at this moment in time where we're all so familiar with the three crises that we're facing: the worldwide pandemic that has affected us so visibly, and of course the economic crisis that in part stems from that, not to mention the business environment in our downtown that's a result of changing economic imperatives in the world at large. And then thirdly, it's a housing crisis, a statewide housing crisis where we have a huge shortfall of housing in the state overall. It's over 3 million housing units. So I don't want to take too much time, to get into and elaborate on some of the background here. I want to kind of jump right into what we have been doing. And in 2017, we did have a charrette that focused on State Street. And we did come up with some really amazing and interesting and exciting ideas. But the current situation, really, it was kind of the genesis to revisit that charrette and really focus on our downtown, work with the staff and our community leaders and decision makers to see if we could come up with ideas and a process for evaluating ideas that would ultimately lead to a vision, a community vision for our downtown that would be enduring long into the future. We like to say, a vision for the next 100 years, given that we're just about at the point where we're coming up to the first 100-year anniversary of the 1925 earthquake. So that seemed like an appropriate point to revisit what our future is going to look like. So we came together in an extraordinary way. I just want to emphasize, we had about 160 volunteers, and these volunteers included architects, landscape architects, planners, various people, multidisciplinary experts who contributed their time and volunteered their effort to look at this. And so we did this. If we go to the next slide, I just want to mention really quickly that we had tremendous community support, many sponsors, businesses, and organizations in the community that sponsored this. Next slide, please. So this is a real quick view of how we organized the charrette. We looked at the State Street corridor from around the 300 block to the 1000 block, and then we divided it up into these 6 teams. And then we had another 4 teams that looked at the State Street corridor as a whole in terms of visioning for a future permanent promenade. And each of these blocks had 2 teams working to produce their vision of how these blocks could evolve into the future. And so we ended up with a total of 16 teams, all of whom created a number of documents that number in the 250 to 300 pages of materials. Next slide, please. And we did it all virtually. You're all so familiar with these virtual meetings, Zoom meetings. This was an extraordinary thing. I don't know of anyone else that has done it on this scale before, but it was enormously successful to do that. And so we want to share with you now what some of these results were, and Ellen and Cass are going to get into a little more detail. We'll start off by telling you about a survey that we did. Ellen, and next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So to get the whole process underway, we put together a survey of many pages of questions. We organized it both in English and in Spanish. Here on the left side, you see that it ran from mid-July through mid-August. We got 4,752 in English and 12 responses in Spanish. Lots of people lived right in our area, and it was a broad demographic. On the right side, you can see one of the key pages, and that was asking participants their opinion about State Street as a permanent promenade. yes being the top response, the top 2, 3, in fact, or the most readily embraced by the participants of the survey. So we thought that was a pretty significant outcome. Very few people thought it should return to vehicular traffic. Next slide, please. The other big area of the questions that were asked to the survey participants was housing in downtown. And so here you see on the left side whether there should be more housing in downtown State Street, and the answer was resoundingly yes. Very few people said no, and some were not sure about that. And on the right, we then drilled a little further into what types of housing did people prefer. We showed condominiums, large apartments, small apartments, or very small rental apartments. People thought that small rental apartments, that yellow band, most profoundly. So these results were then shared with the charrette participants for their consideration. So as the teams hit the ground and started paying attention, certain things like the notion that State Street should be remaining as a promenade and that housing is a priority were kind of givens based on that community response we had gotten. Next slide, please. So I think this gets us started on the results. So this watercolor we thought was just an incredibly, eye-catching and appealing vision of a very pedestrian State Street that would have paving and street amenities that would really, make it an incredible experience to walk along State Street. Off to the left and near the foreground, you're seeing De La Guerra Plaza as envisioned by this team with, tents and interesting activities and events going on, all in the context of our beautiful Santa Barbara style, and then taller buildings peppered through that might accommodate future housing in the downtown.
Looks like we only have a couple
Ms.
minutes left. So
Bilston,
Cass, if you want to go ahead and.
Mr. Bolton, could you stop the time clock, please, for a moment? Thank you. So as you can tell, time moves very quickly when in these presentations. And so I just want to calibrate with you about how many more slides you have and whether or not you're going to be able to complete them, including Ms. Ensberg's participation in what we allocated today. Where do you think you are in regard to that?
We've got a lot more ahead of us, but I'm going to hand it off to Cass so she can decide the pace of what comes next.
If we had about 5 more minutes, we'd probably get through them.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to have to pick up the pace then. Thank you.
We will.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's just kind of go through these very quickly. This is obviously there were studies of the corridor itself. This is showing that. And if you want to just go to the next slide, here are some more that are showing circulation. There were a lot of teams that were focused on stormwater management and how to harvest water in a way that we can use to have more lush landscapes. Let's go to the next slide, please. Here's one that's where they studied the circulation around the area. Next slide. These were different studies of infill. One of the most important parts of the charrette was housing, of course. And so we were asked to look at opportunity sites as well as adaptive reuse on existing buildings. So there's a number of studies. Each team was asked to address both of those issues as well as the circulation within their block area. Next slide, please. This is another just showing a study of how people, the different teams studied and made analysis of what was existing, taking into account historical resources. This was a parking lot, existing parking lot that they decided to put a building onto that you see there on the left. Next slide, please. I hope it's okay that I'm just doing this.
That's
Um,
great. Keep going.
Yeah, one is again studying the gold is showing an opportunity site, and then the green are adaptive reuse, I believe, and then the pink is showing the circulation, also addressing different types of modalities of circulation. Next slide, please.
If
This
I
was-
could jump in here, Cass, what I really wanted to point out in this image is, this team took cost plus world market and, extrapolated what it would take to put 3 levels of housing in this lower left section on top of the existing building. Not only did they do plans, but they also did these diagnostics. So that was the other key part of the charrette, in addition to the imagery, was to provide metrics. So you can see the mix of the units that they were creating on this particular project. Next slide.
And excuse me, folks. Mr. Bolton, could you please reset the clock for 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to have to really close it firmly at 5 more minutes. So if you could please, again, pick up the pace so that we can get through your entire PowerPoint, that'd be great.
Thank you. Could I just like to jump in right there and say that, just to remind everyone that, and I know Planning Commission is very well aware of this, that all of this came about because of the development standards that we have been working on for the last couple of years. And Planning Commission met with City Council over a year ago and talked about the standards for the downtown focus package, where we took parts of the development standards and approved them, and then decided that these issues related to FARs needed much more study, and that's why the AIA stepped up to make these studies, to be able to have the information to make good decisions moving forward. Go ahead, Ellen.
Great. Yes, next slide, please. This project envisioned removing a couple of buildings along State Street, where that big green square is, to connect De La Guerra Plaza to State Street. So really to kind of expand that pedestrian experience. Next. These were visions of alternate transportation and how that might work its way into modes of movement all through downtown. Next. Do you want to jump in on this one, Cass?
This was an interesting one because this was a study of existing building and the Marshalls building. This team just determined that the Marshalls building would probably be best used as is, as perhaps a gym or maybe a grocery store, or as it is now, as a retail type of outlet. And that was their decision, and they decided that it would be best to leave it that way. And then they took the approach of, if it were to become housing, this was an idea that could be done, where they showed 2 separate buildings with a paseo between the 2 of them. It was felt that changing the structural issues relative to Marshalls would be cost prohibitive to try to turn it into housing. So they just provided this other information to help the decision makers. Oh, next slide. This is also a study of the Tilly's building, existing building, where there was a paseo added. Here you see on the right-hand side, proposed a paseo going through to the back side and toward the west. And then the building is basically extruded up to get more housing. Very clever and effective approach to this. Next slide, please. Debbie, maybe you want to talk about this one.
Yeah, this is the parking lot at Figueroa, between Figueroa and Carrillo at Chapala. And it's just a wonderful opportunity to build a private-public partnership to provide housing and create a kind of a transit center node. I mean, this is your classic transit-oriented development opportunity. Next slide. And this is just a variation on that maybe gets some more housing units in, uses a different approach for the transit, and creates a whole lot of on-grade open space that could have mature trees and some public place. We call it a transit center plaza. Next slide. And this is a key idea that is the essence of the previous two proposals, which is to take and condense all the parking and replace all the existing public parking, plus add the parking that's needed for the new development in a fully automated parking structure, which could basically shrink the amount of land needed down to a very small footprint. And that is kind of the essence of the previous proposal that you were looking at. Next. That's just an aerial view of one of those proposals. Next slide. Cass?
Oh, sorry. Yes, so here's some ideas, a lot of work on paseos, outdoor spaces, how important they are. So you see there, next slide. I think we're close to the end here. And then this is a very interesting idea to expand and make new open spaces. And this is showing the removal of the Macy's building. Next. And this is the last slide. This is a beautiful rendering showing another new paseo coming from State Street and going back to that transit center that Debbie was talking about earlier. Next.
Great.
I think that
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Great.
We're
Yes.
thrilled to be able to share this, at least a glimpse of what we've been working on all this time. We'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, now, and let's leave the PowerPoint up, Mr. Bolton, because there may be specific slides the commissioners would like to reference. So in any order you would like, commissioners, come back on. And looking at, it's just a little past 1:30, where we've allocated about 20 minutes for commissioner questions. Commissioner Lodge, would you like to start with your questions of the AIA representatives?
And pardon my interruption, Madam Chair. We might need to open it up for public comment first before questions.
Okay, why don't you do that, Ms. Kokinda? Thank you. I was
Right.
just so eager to hear the commissioner's questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And the same thing happened with another discussion item. I think it's not the same. We don't have the same feel for it. But if you are a member of the public and you wish to speak on this particular item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I will call on you. And I don't see any hands raised at the moment. Heidi, would you let me know if there was any written correspondence on this particular issue?
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair, no, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
Okay, and Madam Chair, still no hands raised, so please back to you and your question. Thanks.
Okay, let's start with Commissioner Lodge. Questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to hear Teddy present on this subject to the Citizens Planning Association on Monday. And the question that came up there, which I didn't have a chance to ask, relates to the slide that shows it's a watercolor, slightly aerial view looking down State Street.
The very first slide.
Right at the
perhaps, right?
beginning. Mhm.
It's just below
Right.
that,
Yeah.
down,
Right at the beginning.
right after this. There you go. Is that the one?
Yes, thank you. I don't see room for parades.
That's a very practical question,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
There were a number of teams that specifically addressed parades, but you are correct. This particular one would require a bit of weaving and dodging to, to have a coherent parade route. But it certainly State Street would need to accommodate that in the future.
Obviously, you know, we can't give up on parades.
Absolutely not, right?
You're right.
Okay, well, I hope that was
It's a good point, Commissioner Lodge, because this is a conceptual drawing. So many of our ideas are conceptual at this point and really require, so much more community input, discussion, and really working through what ultimately will work for the city. And that big fountain you see in the middle of the street there, that might not be able to be part of that. It might have to be moved over to the side or something.
Okay, well, and then you said something about taller buildings. The building in the foreground on the left is 820 State Street, which the owners got that. It is 28 feet over the height limit of 60 in the charter of 60 feet. The owners of that parcel were also the owners of Paseo, and they virtually blackmailed the Planning Commission into approving that by saying, well, if they don't get that extra height because they need it for maintenance, the cost of maintaining El Paseo, they'd probably build something on El Paseo. Well, everybody, of course, wanted to preserve El Paseo. So that is out of scale. It's 88 feet tall, and even if the council decides to go higher than the 48 feet that is now allowed, it couldn't go that high. And the Balboa building, I believe, which is over on the right, was, I think, built before there was a height limit in Santa Barbara. And I thought it was interesting that in the survey that you had done, almost 54% thought 3 stories was high enough. Almost 29% thought that 4 stories was high enough. That's a total of over 82%. They don't want to see taller buildings. I hope the AIA in their work keeps that in mind. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Wiscombe, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you 3 fine architects for this presentation. I think it was marvelous, and it's clear how much work has gone into this. I'm 160 participants remotely with 16 teams. I don't know how you're still sitting here today, but I just had a couple questions. I wondered I was curious about removing buildings to connect De La Guerra Plaza to State Street. Did you, we're going through a De La Guerra Plaza revitalization now, and we have a whole subcommittee. We're actually winding down on our work, but we have a subcommittee that's been working together for, I guess, probably a year or more on that design. And did you look at that when you were talking about connecting the two by any chance?
I think that none of the 3 of us were on the team that proposed that. But again, I think it's just people were encouraged to be bold with ideas. And that's what they proposed. And I know a little bit about what's been going on with the process for developing De La Guerra Plaza because of the firm that I work for is actually working on that with the city. But yeah, I think it's just a bold idea that may or may not have legs, but it certainly causes us to think. Maybe that is something that could happen in the future. And would it be a wonderful thing to really broadly connect De La Guerra Plaza to State Street, where most of this activity is going to be happening? That's just an idea.
Yeah, I understand that. And I understand these are concepts. That was certainly on the subcommittee. That's certainly one of the important elements that we're taking forward, not actually to remove buildings, but to make sure that the connectivity is there and that it can be recognized. And there is a plaza there. Let me go see what's going on there. So we worked very hard on that. And the other thing that I wanted to ask about, I was curious about these. And Mr. Piper, you were the one that talked about this. You showed the footprint of the automated garage, or you showed a rendering or a photo of an automated garage, and you were talking about the transit center, and I think you showed a plan view of the transit center. Can you tell me where where the proposed automated garage is going to be. The only reason I asked that question is I'd like to see how much smaller that footprint is than, what's there now. So
Yeah,
can you
if go to
comment
the
on
next-
that?
Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Wiscombe. If you go to the next slide, I will just show you what was proposed there. This one's a little bit, the previous one was looking at a fully subterranean parking structure, which is kind of a
Okay.
different approach. This, in
Oh, I
this
see it. Yeah.
here, you can see that we believe that you could get as many as 320 cars in this footprint. Currently, the parking lot has about 160 cars in it, I believe, the existing parking that would have to be replaced, public parking. And then, so that would add, another 160 spaces that could accrue then to the proposed future residential development. So that's kind of the idea behind that. You can take all of that parking and put it in a very condensed format. Of course, this wouldn't be ideal if it was right next to a movie theater where masses of people come and go all at the same time. But it's pretty much a proven concept, particularly in Europe, where it was embraced long before we started building this type of structure in the United States. But the beauty of it is you can shrink that whole thing down to the small footprint, and then you can build these buildings more economically on grade without having to build this massive subterranean parking structure. And you can have a real park-like environment with lots of trees that can grow their roots deep into the ground right there. So that's kind of the thinking behind that.
That's a great explanation. I really appreciate that. I think this is really, really exciting. And I love the open space here too. And it seems to really address lots of issues that we have and address them really nicely. So I really commend you on this. I think it's great. And thank you again for the presentation. Those are the only questions I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other commissioners have questions for our AIA guest today? Commissioner Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the presenters today. This was fantastic. And one of the things that I love about a project like this is that it's optimistic. And I think sometimes when we get into these conversations about bringing housing downtown, it can get to a pessimistic place very quickly. But this gives us hope. This provides us kind of a North Star. And to Commissioner Lodge's point, there's always going to be things that we need to work out between now and this vision. But I commend you for your work, and doing it at a time where we're doing this remote is exemplary. So thank you so much. Just a couple questions. I want to follow up on the automated parking structure, and I apologize if I missed that in the answer. But is there, I'm sure that this exists, but in particular cities that we can look to and do research on and kind of give us a better conceptual image of what this would look like in Santa Barbara?
Yeah, there are several companies in the United States that provide this technology now. And certainly they can provide a lot of detailed data and analysis on the turnaround time for cars and things like that. And some of these structures, you can even have like an app on your phone so that when you're finished shopping, you could kind of call up your car when you know you're going to be there in 5 minutes or something like that. And the machinery can start working to get your car delivered to you, kind of a thing. So if you're interested, I'd be happy to show you or share with you some of the research that we've done and point you in the direction of some of the companies that are manufacturing this technology.
I would love that. Thank you. And in addition to that, is there I looked on your website and I didn't necessarily see it, but is there a place or in the future, are you going to release some of these images and documents, and so that the public can look through them, we can look through them and get, it's hard to really digest all of this in 15 minutes. So I was wondering if there was a a way for us to be able to see some of these documents.
Yeah,
And
so
just-
I'm glad you asked
Yeah.
that. There are a
Yeah.
couple of important things that we're working on. Helen, do you want to answer that question?
Sure. I just wanted to share, well, number one, Cass is working on a beautiful exhibition of many of these images in poster form in some of our storefront windows along State Street. She's been moving heaven and earth to make that happen. And those posters will be put up and visible to the public starting on October 24th. So next Saturday, they will be mounted as an exhibition form. In addition to that, next Wednesday, the 21st at 6 in the evening, there will be a large public presentation by all 16 of the teams. And we're just showing you a sampling of images here that we picked out, but the depth and beauty and extensiveness of images, if you can tune in that night, you'll hear directly from the participants and see much more material than we've shown you here today. We also are doing some outreach, as Commissioner Lodge mentioned. We've already met with CPA. We're meeting with you now. We intend to meet with City Council at some point as well. So there'll be a lot of outreach events coming up.
And one more thing, we are going to be publishing a book which will have all of the exhibits that the team participants created. And I'm not sure what the final number of pages, but it'll be 11 by 17 in a kind of in a landscape format. And it'll have at least 250 pages or more in it. So you'll be able to see all of the work. And we intend to print enough of them to be able to distribute them to you commissioners and city council members so that you'll be able to look at them anytime.
That's fantastic. And I look forward to it. And I think much of the community looks forward to next Wednesday and next Saturday. And thank you again for this exciting work. If I were going to make just some brief comments, is love the open space, the greenery, the alternate transportation. I love all of those ideas. And I would say as a city, we need to run with that. And I think, again, there's a lot of positivity from a project like this. And I appreciate all of your hard work.
Just to quickly, go ahead, Cass.
Thank you all for these great questions. I just wanted to add that we also had the involvement of the design review boards, HLC, single family, and ABR all weighed in on these projects and looked at all of the material to give, just sort of broad what things attracted them. Again, we see this as a community vision. The AIA has provided, we are providing the opportunity for the public to be involved and I keep saying we're just uncovering rocks and trying to put everything out there that we can think of that would help us to achieve our housing downtown. And so this is a community effort, and we are very excited to, that's what it needs to be. So we reached out to as many people as possible to have their involvement.
Thank you, Ms. Ensberg. I'm going to start to facilitate to bring this to a close. Commissioner Escobedo, did you have a follow-on? And then I'm going to go to Commissioner Wiscombe, and I don't see Commissioner Higgins on to ask any questions at this time.
Yes, Madam Chair, just one last question, and it would be, does the AIA anticipate surveying the public after these exhibits are released to the public next Saturday to get follow-on feedback? We got some really good feedback from the first survey. It might be helpful to get feedback on what their thoughts on these exhibits and the concept.
I don't, we have not made any plans to do that, but I do know that the State Street Subcommittee of the City Council has talked about following up with not necessarily our work with the AIA, but with generating a survey with respect to the State Street corridor at some point. But it's a really interesting question. I mean, I hope that we continue to get real great public engagement, but it's going to be a long process to turn this into sort of a codified vision for the future of the city. We hope that we've kind of sparked initial interest and excitement about what's possible, so that we're aiming high, so that we end up somewhere we can realistically achieve, I guess you might say.
Thank you. And I'm going to thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. As I come back to Commissioner Wiscombe quickly, if for those who are not speaking, if you could mute yourself, I'm hearing some audio static in the background, and I think that's probably because someone has their mic on. So thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask if the team could send to the Planning Commission Secretary for distribution to all of us the link to the public presentation that's going to be held on the 21st, so that we could watch that. Is that possible? And also, the Commissioner Escobedo followed up on the automated garage information, and Mr. Piker, you said that you could share some of that information with us. So I think there's probably several commissioners that would appreciate that. So if you could just share that with the full commission too, that would be great. Thank you. That's all I had to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Higgins, did you have any questions before I wrap this up? We're running a little bit over. Mhm.
So beautiful renderings, one might say even angelic, inspirational. And thank you for your patience pitching this in front of a bunch of planners who, as you well know, will ask painful and technical questions. So don't let that dissuade you. I just was curious about two things. One, have you gotten any feedback from the property owners about their you switch from vehicle traffic from a value standpoint in terms of truck, how many cars run up and down State Street to how many pedestrians. Has anybody given you any feedback about how much more valuable or less valuable their property storefronts would be with the promenade and no vehicles?
Well, I'll give a quick shot at that. No, we haven't really discussed that with the property owners. The one thing that we did do is we did get some information about what kinds of retail spaces are viable in the future. And one of the things that we found out is that a lot of the very deep retail spaces, because we have these narrow properties that go deep into the block, are not really viable with the way the economy is evolving, the retail economy. And so a lot of the teams proposed the idea that, well, maybe the depth of these buildings could be shortened to make them more immediately viable. And then the rear portions could be potentially developed as housing. So that's probably as far as we've gone. Okay. I mean, a lot of this would take more technical analysis.
We also had an advisory group within the charrette. So some developers and property owners were actual participants in the process and were available in an advisory capacity to any of the teams. So they were running metrics and, sort of helping the teams to understand what would be economically viable and worthwhile doing and what wouldn't be. So we were getting that kind of feedback from a number of people like that.
Okay, yeah, interested in chasing that for sure. And then last question is the thinking that the city would own the right of way here, or who owns that and how is it financed, those improvements? I know that probably isn't your scope of work, but any comments on that?
We actually did. One of the teams really addressed that head on, and one of their participants was also involved in projects like Bryant Park in New York, and understand the dynamic of the private-public partnerships and sort of programming and involvement on an ongoing basis in order to create events on State Street. So there's one whole segment of the charrette outcomes that addresses that particular issue. So that would be something you'd want to tune into to really understand that better.
And they
Okay.
proposed to found
Thank you,
the creation of a
everybody, for
foundation.
your hard work.
Thank you,
Sorry, I
Commissioner.
know, Madam Chair, you want to wrap it up. So thank you for your hard work. I appreciate
Thank you.
We will certainly, hopefully, have an opportunity to invite the AIA back, but for today, we are short on time. I would just, I need to keep going, Commissioner Lodge, really I do. I promised staff to contain this, and I'm afraid Ms. Ostranger is going to have to call me and tell me I didn't abide by my commitment to do that. So I want to give both Commissioner Bonderson and Commissioner Reed the last couple of minutes only to very, very briefly comment on their participation thus far, and then we're going to bring it to a close because again, we're running over here and we have two other very important discussion items this afternoon. Commissioner Reed, if you would please come online, and then again, with great brevity, just comment on your participation thus far.
Shall I begin? Take the first spot here.
Yes.
I don't have any comments or questions. I just want to express my gratitude for this public participation method that was so well thought of and well executed. You can't imagine how challenging it must be to manage such a large group of volunteers. As it's already been expressed, there were something like 160 to 170 of us, and to be able to manage that level of participation and just to be involved in that level of participation made it very challenging, but also very exciting. The level of ideas and enthusiasm each week was magnificent. And I'm just so honored to be able to have had the opportunity to participate in something like this. I want to use this opportunity to encourage anyone in the public who's listening, who has opinions, to please, join us. There's more workshops ahead. There's more opportunity to have a voice in all this. And we are not done. We are just getting started. So on behalf of a participant and on behalf of the AIA as a member, I just want to share my gratitude and express my enthusiasm. I'm so happy to be a part of this, and I'm really looking forward to where this goes. Thank you, Mr. Piker, Ms. Bilston, and Ms. Ensberg for all of your involvement leading us. Your leadership is really, really, really wonderful. Thank you so much for your time and your effort.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, brief comments on your participation.
Yeah, thank you for the work effort. I was involved in a very limited way, but amazing to bring that many people together in a virtual setting. And I just think that, this is definitely a product that can inspire a lot of creativity, inspire a lot of people to begin participating in the process who haven't already. So nicely done, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Okay, so commissioners, you can turn off your webcams. I'm just going to express great appreciation to Ms. Ensberg, Ms. Bilston, and Mr. Piker for reaching out to us and sharing your time, the process, the work to date. We are out of time, so I'm not going to ask you any questions. I'll follow the process and participate as is allowed. This is long overdue, I feel, for our community. And so it is going to take the full community to figure out how to move us forward in every way. Thank you for today. And we'll look for an opportunity to invite you back if we could. And so with that, I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess, and we will resume for our next item, which is very fitting because it's the visioning the future of downtown State Street. We have a couple of staff members joining us for that. So we will return at 2:05 p.m. Thank you. convene the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for October 15th, 2020. If we would please confirm that the commissioners are back with us along with staff. I'm going to wait a moment because we'll then go to our next discussion item.
Madam Chair, we do have Jason Harris and Rob Dayton here as well for the next item.
Very good. I'm just going to wait to make sure that commissioners are back before we begin this item. I'll read it. Okay.
And we have a PowerPoint presentation that I think is going to also come up here shortly. And
yes.
Here we go. And,
very good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I've already reconvened our hearing. The next item, and for the public who have joined us now, Ms. DeBus did announce earlier in our hearing today that we have slightly resequenced our agenda. So the next item is not the water supply planning overview, but in fact is the visioning the future of downtown State Street. And I believe we have both Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton with us today. Is that correct? Mr. Dayton, are you? There you are. Excellent. So with that, we will just get started. Do we have the PowerPoint ready, Mr. Bolton? There it is. Outstanding. Welcome, Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Introductions. My name is Jason Harris. I'm the city's Economic Development Manager, a newly created position for the organization and a recent new hire I started on March 30th of this year. If the slide can be advanced, please, in the presentation. Thank you. So I'll speak off of this slide, set the table as it were, and then Mr. Dayton's going to take the commission through a series of photos and descriptions of both the history of State Street and other pedestrian streets, promenades around the country and the world. So just to setting the table, as we all know, we're living under a pandemic. It really came to roost on March 19th when the governor issued a stay-at-home order, effectively closed all but non-essential, all but essential businesses, all academic, civic, cultural activity throughout the state, impacting our community dramatically. We went through a very tough 2 months with very little business activity, very little civic activity. And during that time, we were working with a group of business owners and business organization representatives brainstorming what the city could do to facilitate and advance economic interest, preparing for opportunity to reopen and recover. As such, the council established an economic recovery ordinance that suspended and relaxed the rules and regulations for outdoor business activity, principally outdoor dining, but other business activity, recognizing that was the only and safe manner to conduct commerce. And it just so also ran concurrent with the interest to close State Street to create a pedestrian promenade space for the public to really have social distance, walking space, as well as facilitate the outdoor business activity, outdoor dining that we've seen to date. Great successes we've seen. It really facilitated, it saved many jobs, not only in the downtown core, but throughout the city for businesses that were able to expand outdoors and ultimately saving thousands of jobs throughout the community. So very impactful. Due to this success, the interest, the enthusiasm, the support that the State Street closure, the promenade, temporary pop-up, as one might call it, has garnered, the council established a State Street subcommittee of 3 council members to evaluate the future of State Street. And as such, they gave direction and action to establish a visioning outreach effort. And so the presentation that we're giving today is that we're engaging with almost 20 various groups, committees, commissions, stakeholder organizations. And then concurrently, we're working on a public survey that will come out that will be a variation of this. It won't necessarily be as much of a focus group conversation, but we are looking to get that that kind of that feedback, as it were, as opposed to the binary questions: should the street be closed or open, or outdoor dining allowed or not? More of the thematic experiential perspective that we're looking to garner. And then similarly, council just recently, as late of this past Tuesday, recognized that the temporary pop-up nature of what we created at the early summer period, and then recognizing that the temporary conditions of the economic recovery ordinance were going to need to be extended because the pandemic is not letting loose. Public health restrictions continued. They extended that economic recovery ordinance till December 8th, and then potentially to March 8th as warranted. And we are now in the process of looking to enhance the temporary construction type of traffic control delineators. The next slide, please, will illustrate what we'll be putting into effect here going forward, and really addressing some of the feedback we've gotten from the community of organizing the bike transportation network that the street still provides, directing the pedestrians to the sidewalks, and replacing really the donated beat up palms that were put up in such haste with the terracotta pots that we have on Coast Village Road, and some magnetic bollards that look metal and are very much more aesthetically pleasing. And this will be in place while we work through the visioning and the capital kind of program of what is the future. And so with that, I'll introduce my colleague, Mr. Rob Dayton, to transition into the rest of the slides and really talk through and give visual perspective to generate the creative thought inputs that we're looking to get from each one of the commission members. So with that, I'll bow out. I'll be in the background taking notes, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Welcome, Mr. Dayton. Good to see you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz, Planning Commissioners. As usual, an honor to be with you all. Next slide, we will begin our story more from the beginning. And actually, the story begins before we had a photograph, and that is a Chumash village that had a very established path to the mission. And State Street actually was set out by the original people who were here, and then became this dirt street without curb or gutter, but with wooden sidewalks. And you can see the Victorian the buildings that are there, and then also multimodal transportation on the street, as is always the Santa Barbara way. And even more cool with this horse-drawn cart is the first bike rack on a bus, so to speak. The big wheels were very famous in Santa Barbara, and actually it's the Big Wheel Club that led to the paving of the streets before automobiles. And actually the big wheels were so numerous, there was an ordinance to require them to have cowbells when they came down State Street to warn the pedestrians. Sound familiar? Next slide. We'll go to 1924. What's notable about this picture is that the Granada Tower is newly constructed. You'll be delighted to see the marquee, the original marquee that was restored in the last decade. Pretty nice to have that there. And then the multimodal system is now a two-track trolley with electric driven, not horse driven. And then you have the vehicles that are starting to be there. So you can see the Victorian influence, and down the street, some of the Victorian influences with the towers. This is Anapamu and State Street. See how the lighting was a Victorian light on the sides of the street. And then this very next year, and we'll go to the next slide, the very next year, it turns out an earthquake hit. And things changed quite dramatically. This is a picture of the Santa Barbara Inn, now in the Spanish Revival style. This is probably somewhere in the late 20s. This is at Coda Street and State Street. The trolley cars are now gone. The wires have been removed, but the tracks remain. And what most people don't know about this story, and I didn't know for many years until it was researched, is that Bernard Hoffman, who came in 1919, well before the earthquake, and whose daughter was healed of diabetes by Dr. Sampson, another familiar name in our history, gave back to the community by calling attention to Spanish Revival architecture as the way Santa Barbara should go. He actually paid for and had built El Paseo before the earthquake hit. was a designer and key input on City Hall, the new City Hall. And you might note that De La Guerra Street was actually moved north, State Street to Santa Barbara, so that De La Guerra could be in front of the De La Guerra house, which Mr. Hoffman owned, and so that City Hall could be built appropriately and De La Guerra Plaza saved, where the original fire station in City Hall was in the middle of the green lawn. So what most people don't know about this story is that the earthquake was not the change agent. It was actually people who were visioning ahead. The earthquake was actually the accelerant of the process and the vision. So moving along in our story, next slide, we come to a little bit later, and this is down at State Street in Haley. You can see that the street lights have been changed out. Many of the buildings you see on the right side of the street are still there. Some on the left are not. But the Spanish Revival influence is well underway. This vision that was set after, before the earthquake and accelerated by the earthquake has become the iconic global brand, which is Santa Barbara. We are known for our architecture and how it sits in the idyllic setting between the ocean and the mountains as it goes. Next slide. We'll show a bustling downtown this is Christmas, 1964. You can see the Christmas trees we used to put up, the full-size Christmas trees we used to put up in the center of every intersection. You can see some of the palm trees now getting older. The street has been redone with palm trees on the side, was the street tree. And you can see it's extremely bustling. But then our next slide will show the next earthquake that happened. And this was not an earthquake that had a seismic event. This was an economic event. This picture is actually not from 1967, but 1967 was the year La Cumbre Plaza opened. And in that year, the sales grossed more retail sales than all of downtown. That is an economic seismic activity. So the people of downtown said, hey, we got to do something. Next slide shows what they needed to do something about, which was one of the first outdoor malls in California. This was way ahead of the times. This was not an indoor mall, which many of the indoor malls followed in the 70s. This was an outdoor mall where you're establishing a park-like setting in between retail space to enhance your shopping experience. So what did they do? What did those business owners downtown do in response to this? Next slide shows from the Granada Tower, our view of State Street, and we'll go to the next slide to, oh my gosh, political will to uproot the entire street from Ortega to Victoria to build a plaza, a new plaza. Next slide shows where they uprooted those train tracks. Finally, the train tracks came up from those trolleys. And then the next slide shows the result, which is a complete transformation, a park-like experience between a retail space. Our next slide shows that plaza finished in the older style of the texture is a stamped concrete, kind of Spanish Revival reflection. That's still found, by the way, in the 1100 block in front of Peterson's property on the east side of the street. You can see some of the older street furniture that we had before the redevelopment agency redid the street. And then the next slide shows a little broader view. When redevelopment agency had taken charge, they replaced it with the bricks that you know today. Interesting story that came from the I Magnum or Fifth Avenue. Saks Fifth Avenue did the bricks originally and new bricks outside, and then the RDA did the rest of the block. You can see the electric shuttle in the old style that was very quaint and special to Santa Barbara. 2 lanes of traffic, bike lanes, pedestrians on both sides, and then the landscape between the street and the pedestrians. The next slide shows the third earthquake. Perhaps this is actually not a seismic earthquake or partially an economic one, but a pandemic earthquake. And who would have thought in the 5 years leading up to this event, where downtown is not vital and is losing vitality on a kind of a summerly basis, as it were, now all these people returning to State Street with this interim closure or temporary closure, as Mr. Harris referred. This is the 500 block. This is a very typical scene on the weekends, although I will note that last weekend we saw a considerable shift into fall in terms of visitors, but still very active throughout the week in terms of restaurants, restaurant space. So this third earthquake, if you will, I'll just remind you, we have already been talking about this as a planning commission, as a council. We had already been talking about the fact that we needed to do something about the economic viability of downtown. So the vision has already been underway. We've had the Cosma report, the Novak report. The writing is on the wall, and then the pandemic hit. So I would propose to this commission, it's an accelerant. It's another opportunity accelerant. How convenient, 100 years later. And then I would propose to you, or just a question at this moment before we see more inspiration, is what is the next global iconic brand that this community is looking for? The Spanish Revival architecture is known throughout the world. What is the next thing that this commission and other community members will be responsible for creating? Next slide. So for State Street, this is the subcommittee, the State Street subcommittee is asking these questions. Is now the time to redesign this street? So let's move into some inspirations, look at some other streets and prepare you for that conversation. This is Pearl Street in Boulder, Colorado. Next slide shows you continuation more of the art, the bronze sculptures in there. You see the landscapes in the middle, pedestrians on the sides. You see some outdoor dining on the next to the building. And then next slide shows in the middle, we have a variation of play. We have children are invited to be here. There's some posting of some information. Next slide shows more play areas. So it's not just in one place, it's actually sprinkled throughout. In fact, at the head of this on one end, next slide shows a splash pad and kids playing. So there's ample opportunity for kids, and then this might also provide some sort of interaction, entertainment for passerbys who may not interact with the water. Next slide shows some impromptu entertainment that happens on Pearl Street. And then next slide shows some more formal entertainment that might happen. I would just call attention to those tulips in the foreground, flowers, and the manicured nature of this look. You can tell that there's also a lot of money going into maintaining this street and keeping it the way it is. So it's not just the creation of the street. The next slide shows conversion, how the street might convert to do some weekend events and bring some people to the street and other people that wouldn't have been there. So maybe a little bit more activity on the weekend. Next slide, let's move to another town. This is Denver, and you can see how they've transformed the street into a center plaza. They left the transit vehicle, which you can see across the intersections, the tire marks. There's a transit vehicle one-way, a place for people to go and go with the transit vehicle. You can see the park light setting in the middle, which is also walkable. Interesting. Then you have sidewalks, you have trees, plantings in the middle, and then restaurants on the side space. Next slide, we go to Charlottesville, and this is in Virginia. A little bit narrower than State Street. State Street right-of-way is 80 feet. This is a little bit narrow. It's more like in the 50 feet realm. So just to give you a proportional size, this has the landscape in the middle and people walking along the stores, and then restaurant spaces either next to the building or in the middle. Next slide shows the same or similar scene in Christmas, how it might decorate up. You see the lighting changes, the mood changes. You see some of the fixtures, which are some iron, and you see the dining there in the middle. And you can see kind of the lighting that they've used and the types of lighting choices that are more pedestrian oriented and not oriented to a vehicle. The next slide, we go to is 3rd Street Promenade in California. This is Santa Monica. Interestingly enough, 3rd Street was closed originally in 1975. It failed pretty quickly. It's 3 blocks. And this, what you're looking at now, was created to revitalize that dead pedestrian mall. And they put in, you see the vehicle lanes on either side of the fountain and the arch in the middle. The vehicle lanes were put back, and then so many people came back that they had to close the vehicle lanes again. So interesting transformative process. Next slide shows this same scene, different part of the street in the evening and what the lighting looks like, very frequent. You notice the cameras in the street is too. They're watching the area, and enforcement is not necessarily patrolling, but their eyes are on the street. You see the drainage in the middle. Of course, the street that's in the middle is no longer used for vehicles. And then you see some of the furniture. Dining is sprinkled throughout, vegetation on the sides. Walking next to the building. So if we go to the next slide, I think we're going to go to variations on play and art that you might see in any pedestrian area. You can see on the right that it's transformative. In other words, the blocks can be moved, or there's interaction, public interaction, or the Jenga on the left. Next slide, we're going to go to out of the country. This is Barcelona. This is La Rambla. This goes from the city center to the waterfront. It's very long. This is an open space, a kind of a tile, a texture with, you can see the chairs that are there all the time. This has sycamore, rows of sycamores. This is very repetitive and consistent. And then you have single lane traffic on either side. Sometimes you have parking, but the pedestrians go down the middle. And then this street converts based on, if you go to the next slide, it converts to what the community wants at the time, or new vendors come in, or something like a food truck comes in. And this can happen during the week or in the weekends. The next slide, we go to a different country. This is Avignon, France. This is South France. This is very similar to the 500 block is now, with pedestrians next to the building faces. So you can't see it, but there's walkways next to the building faces, and then the restaurant next to that. And then you have the pedestrians in the middle. Trees are next to the between the walking space and the dining space. The next slide is the sister city of Avignon. It's Nîmes. Nîmes is, this is a very formal street that has a fountain that moves, a kind of a river down the hill. This is very similar to the slope of State Street. This is a very formal view, again, done with the sycamore tree. Super formal, not a lot of street furniture. This does have a small roadway on the outside, and this goes between the train station to the city center near one of the oldest intact Colosseums in Europe. Next slide. And we go to, this is Rose Street in Scotland. And actually, I think, let me get the city. I think it's Edinburgh, Scotland. And as a matter of fact, Chair Schwartz, many of these cities, we got the ideas from former Mayor and now Commissioner Sheila Lodge, who did a booklet of streets, and she's visited all these. So maybe perhaps you can tell us all about these. I'm not sure if she's been to Avignon or Nîmes, but we'll find out. So this street is much narrower right-of-way, a single pedestrian way with restaurant on either side. Not a lot of vegetation, flowers hanging from the buildings, kind of an art opportunity building to building. As we do get into Europe, I will call attention to the size and scale of the buildings next to the streets. And you'll note that there's a lot of residential opportunities, particularly in this street, which is Strøget Street in Copenhagen, Denmark. This is a very long street for a pedestrian street. This is 1.25 miles. You can really see the housing that's on the upper floors in this one. This has kind of a textured feel of top kind of stone, but it's kind of like a tile pattern that runs throughout the street, a gathering place with a fountain, but very simple, not a lot of landscape. This is a multimodal. There's bikes and pedestrians on this. You can see in the foreground some of the pedicabs that are the bicycles that are actually used to transport people rather than shuttle through the street. And then going to the next slide, we go to the Netherlands, and we start seeing in Amsterdam we see the sidewalk with the bicycle, and you see the different pattern there to show very clearly where the differentiation is, but not a barrier. And then you have bicycle parking on the other side away from the vehicles. And then you have the outdoor dining against the building. And then there is a street portion of this on the other side of the vegetation to the right. Next slide is another Amsterdam street. This was all mixed flow, quite a bit narrower. So you have pedestrians, you have vehicles, you have bikes, less outdoor dining, less landscape, more mixed flow with a brick texture. Next next slide shows another variation where you have a single lane of vehicles in one direction, you have two-direction bikes on the right, you have bicycle parking, vehicle parking and landscape in the middle, and then you have the sidewalks on the side with outdoor dining next to the building. Again, note the scale of the buildings on the sides of the streets. So next slide, we're going to get to our questions. And so we gave you that pictorial to kind of stimulate your thinking. We're not actually here to, as we've gone to many of the boards and commissions over as Mr. Harris and I have visited, we're actually not looking for a street design. Give us the dimensions of the bike path or not bike path or whatever, but we are looking for the answers to these three questions, which will be really instructive for the subcommittee to form a vision statement for State Street. So first question, what do you believe is the reason for redesigning State Street downtown at this time? It's okay to say that you don't think it's the time. We'd want to hear that too, but if you do, what do you think the reason is for the redesign? And then if State Street is redesigned downtown, and this is where you kind of have to get your imagination brain cap on and put on your imagination land. 10 years from now, let's say it's all redesigned. Can you please tell us what's going on? What's your experience on the street? What are you seeing, feeling? What's going on? And then the last question is, you know, we've talked a lot about the revitalization of downtown. That's been the kind of the note the community has struck in the past 5 years with revitalized downtown. That is the reason Jason Harris, the economic development manager, was hired. So we were well underway with our downtown vitality when the pandemic hit. So this question is about what role does a redesigned State Street play in the vitality of downtown? And what would be your goals for State Street to that end? So, Madam Chair, we are going to be taking copious notes. And what we're going to do with these notes, every commissioner's name will be by their note. And then what we're going to do is we're going to aggregate all the notes, and we're going to see what are the most predominant themes in the answers to these questions. And we're going to give the predominant themes to the subcommittee, the State Street subcommittee, for them to craft a vision statement for the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton, and thanks to Mr. Harris as well. Before we go to Commissioner, I was going to go to public comment. Is that all right, Commissioner Wiscombe, to see if we first have any public comment? Just to,
It's fine. Just a point of order, or not a point of order, but Commissioner Reed and I are on the De La Guerra subcommittee, and we've been through this process before. And Mr. Dayton's smiling. The questions looked extremely familiar. So I was thinking, Madam Chair, it might be helpful if Commissioner Reed and I went last so we could hear from some of the other commissioners that have not been through this process first. So that would be my request. Thank you.
Oh, that's very considerate of you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Unless there's any concern about that, I think I'll follow that suggestion. So with that, Ms. Kokinda, let's first see if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you wish to speak on this item, please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. That'll indicate to me that you wish to speak. You only need to click the hand one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And I would invite all the other commissioners to turn on your webcams. And I have Peter Horju, and please pronounce your name correctly if I've butchered it. And I've just unmuted you. And if you could please unmute yourself. Again, this is Peter Horju. I know you've had your hand raised for a little while. And if you can click on the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, that you can do that, or you can accept the unmute request that I sent you. And Peter, are you there for public comment? I don't know if he stepped away. It looks like I have a little notification that he has not toggled his mouse for a little while. So Peter, are you there? in the meantime, let me ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. We did receive written correspondence for this item, and it was provided to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. And I don't see any other hands raised. And Peter, Peter Horju, if you are there, please click the unmute button or your microphone icon in order to start or in order to be able to speak. And as thank you, Timmy, you just have to click on the little circular red microphone icon, and that should do it. Madam Chair, I just doesn't look, he may have stepped away from his computer. So I'm going to go ahead and give it back to you for timing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Let's open it up to questions at this time. And we're back to the slide that Mr. Dayton put up. So to answer, as we're asking questions and before we make comments, as a touchstone, let's continue to look at these 3 bullet points that they would like us to address. Again, they're going to be capturing this with copious notes for themes that come out of our questions and feedback. If I could ask Mr. Dayton to come back online as well. And then if everybody else would please mute so that we can avoid background audio disturbance. But Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton, if you would please turn on your webcams, we're going to have commissioners ask you questions at this time. Commissioner Bonderson, would you like to go first to either Mr. Harris and or Mr. Dayton?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I'm so happy to have the opportunity to speak with both Mr. Harris and welcome him aboard. This is my first opportunity to interact with him at a hearing, and as well just say my greetings to Mr. Dayton. It's nice to see you again. Just to be clear, Chair Schwartz, is this the opportunity to respond to these 3 questions, or would you like me to ask questions to start with that are directed to these gentlemen? How would you like us to approach
this? This is the question period, so it's on any of the slides, but we want to aim to answering by way of comment or feedback these 3 questions. So however you would like to start the question period, and we can come back around. We certainly have time today. If there needs to be a second round of inquiry, we are going to do that. So wherever you would like to start, don't feel that this is the only time in which you can ask questions.
Okay, and so just to be clear, I do not have questions, but I would like to use the opportunity to address their questions. Is that okay now?
No, let's wait for comments later. Right now is the question period. So you didn't have any questions on any of the information. Okay, very good. Commissioner Lodge, any questions for staff at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Escobedo, any questions for staff?
Yes, just one. So, Mr. Dayton, you mentioned that you were maybe it was Mr. Harris, and hello to both of you. So you're going to multiple boards and commissions, and one of the committees that I was curious on if you would be presenting to was the Access Advisory Committee, to get their feedback on kind of maybe some of the changes that they'd like to see. And I know we have the ADA requirements, but maybe not falling back on what's minimally required and incorporating some of the changes and going above and beyond.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo, I'll take a stab at this, and maybe Mr. Harris will finish it up. So we actually had a rubric for how we determined a committee. This is a really, really good question, because we could have gone to all the boards and commissions, and how many of that's a very lengthy process. So here's how we did the rubric. We asked ourselves a very simple question: which of the boards and commissions advise council directly? And then rubric 2, are they advising the council on anything regarding downtown? So many commissions did not fall in that rubric. There are 12 that did, but many did not, and the accessibility did not. Now that said, the accessibility committee is going to be really involved in any designing to make sure it's accessible. So this exercise is the dreaming exercise more than it's the design exercise. So put your dreamer's cap on, and we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that answer. I would love to hear their feedback on what their dream would be for State Street. So if there's an opportunity, I'd love to see that. Totally understand based on the criteria, but appreciate your answer.
Okay, and Mr. Dayton, are you unable to put your webcam back on? We just heard you by audio. I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position. I don't know if you're if you needed to leave your office, but we sure would like to see your face if possible. I'll leave that to you.
Chair Schwartz,
It's on.
You can actually see him.
Yeah, I think it might be you, Chair Schwartz, because I've been able to see both Mr. Dayton and Mr. Harris the whole time.
I can see everybody but Mr. Dayton. That's very curious. Okay, we'll continue. I don't know why. I see everybody, and I did see Mr. Dayton previously. We'll continue forward. Okay, so let me see. Are there other, yes, Commissioner Higgins, questions for staff?
No, just want to make sure I can see Rob Dayton, and I can.
Very good. Okay, see and be seen. Okay. Any other questions? I probably have a couple myself, but oh, there you are, Mr. Dayton. Very good. It was just me. Commissioner Reed, questions for staff at this time?
Yeah, Mr. Dayton. So in the AIA presentation preceding this, they presented some survey results, and I believe one of the questions, let's see here, asked about the closure of State Street between the boundaries of Haley and Sola Street. So the AIA survey actually gave a boundary. I'm wondering if you could speak to that, if they received that information from the city, and aside from that, which blocks at this point are under consideration for closure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Reed. That is a really good question. And it really is the eye of the beholder, but so you can go wherever you want to go in terms of what you imagine. But I would also state that the plaza, as it were, remember we talked about how the plaza was first established from Ortega to Victoria. Now the plaza is very formally from Cabrillo to Victoria. And then some would actually include the 1300 block all the way to Sola in that, although it doesn't have the improvements. So we'll let you be the judge of that.
Okay. It came up, I can't keep all these meetings straight. I don't know if you were presenting at our downtown Santa Barbara board meeting earlier this week, but I think you gave a brief on State Street, and Brian Kernall actually made a very similar AIA presentation during that meeting, and he brought up in his participation for the AIA design charrette, he tackled the 400 block of State Street, and in our presentation today, they showed a slide that kind of formed a gateway to the State Street Promenade at Gutierrez at the 400 block. I know Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton, you guys have been dealing with a lot of inquiries about the 400 block and its interim basis and why that hasn't been closed. And I think it's a transportation related issue. I guess my question today is there a feasible path towards the 400 block being incorporated into the permanent closure and repurposing of State Street, where that gateway could come to fruition?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Reed, I think there is. The issue of concern that Mr. Harris and I have been dealing with is that the emergency responders need to get under the freeway. And Fire Station 1 is at Chapala and Carrillo, and it needs to come, and fire engines need to come down Carrillo. They need to turn onto Haley, and then they need the 400 block to get under the freeway. And then a lot of officers are coming from the waterfront, and there's just too much congestion with a closure of the 400 block. However, if the future dreaming city council determines that that's the block they would absolutely need to remove vehicles from, then it would become an exercise of creating the transportation needed on Gutierrez Street to connect to Chapala, to connect to Anacapa, and perhaps Santa Barbara Street, for emergency responders to effectively, in a timely manner, get under the freeway. I do think it's possible.
That's really encouraging. That's great. Thank you both. And that's all my questions for right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Wiscombe, questions for staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Mr. Harris. You said that you're working on a public survey it's not similar to AIA's. Can you explain what, or maybe give some examples of what you'll be looking for in that survey?
I'm happy to take a stab at it. I'll ultimately pull in my compadre, Mr. Dayton, to actually contracted with the professional survey consultant that's developing. And you all, I think, are sophisticated and to know there's a very nuanced way of how questions are asked to be open-ended and really elicit kind of unbiased in non-leading direction from the form of question. And so that's really the exercise here. We've given the consultant the questions that you all are being posed, and obviously the background of intent. And the broad generalization I'd make is that the AI survey was extremely helpful to, one, give some kind of technical validation to the council and to the State Street Subcommittee of the broad level of community support that there is. And I think one of the fascinating aspects of that AI survey was the cross-section of demographics. A quarter of those respondents were over 60, I believe, if I recall the demographic survey. And I thought that was remarkable. One just overall count was quite high. And so they set the bar quite high for the level of participation, which is another challenge with surveys, as we all know, is just getting the level of community. The city facilitated dramatically to get the word out using all of our communication methodologies. And so with that, I'll kind of, in my remarks, and ask Mr. Dayton to kind of add additional perspective conversations he's had with the consultant thereof in response to your question, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiscombe, that's absolutely, Mr. Harris is absolutely right on. So that's the trick, is try to, as he's also explained in other presentations, we're trying to get away from just binary answers and try to get the full color of a vision out of a survey is a really difficult task. So Mr. Harris and I are hopeful that before this weekend, we're going to be looking at a draft and working with that consultant, since we're not survey experts, to get the right feel, length, and ingredients to get the community's take on the vision.
Okay, thank you for that. So is this public survey expected to go out? What's the time frame?
Well, we want to go back to our committee and possibly share it with them. And then, so probably right after that, Mr. Harris can tell you about the timing for that.
Well, I think that's, we want to get it out as quickly as possible. Obviously, we want to ensure that it's the highest level of quality and refinement. And as Mr. Dayton referenced, also give the State Street Subcommittee members an opportunity to evaluate and provide input. The fortunate thing is that subcommittee meets bi-weekly. And so our next meeting is the 26th. So there's the possibility we may have kind of a final draft by the 26th we could share with them, and then roll that out quickly. In the bigger picture of process, we are meeting again with close to 20 formal organizations, committees, commissions, such as you all, and through October and into November. And so Ideally, the public survey kind of is somewhat concurrent, albeit a bit staggered. This is our second week of outreach visioning efforts. So I would envision that survey to be out for the month of November thereabouts, probably wrapping up near the end of November. And the idea is then to pull all of that information, synthesize, stratify the data as Mr. Dayton referenced, and present that to the State Street Subcommittee to facilitate the development of the vision statement, the guiding principle statement, as it were, and then take that forward to the council for their review and adoption. That would then lend itself to another set of questions. Of then once we have an adopted vision statement, process. What is the process thereafter? And does the State Street Subcommittee and really a validation check-in with the full council, of which all the council members were very interested in being on this committee, by the way. So it was a little bit of horse trading of who was going to sit on this very insightful subcommittee of the council. You know, did they continue as is structured and work through all of those policy questions using the guiding principle, or does that then just fall into the kind of natural council broad process thereof? So I think there's some subsequent policy and process questions thereafter, but all with the intent to move as timely as possible, because one, we recognize that we're operating under kind of emergency ordinance conditions, under kind of pandemic conditions. We do not know how long those will last, but we want to be prepared that we're timely in positioning for just as we were with the pandemic. You know, we were in a stay-at-home and completely shuttered condition, but prepared and anticipated for reopening and established that emergency ordinance. And the unbelievable timing was, as soon as we had that enabled, the state lifted its stay-at-home order. And literally that same weekend, Memorial Day weekend, we were able to close the street and facilitate all the activity that we've created to date. So we were very fortuitous on timing. We're looking to maintain that momentum going forward and look forward to the contributions of this commission and many other participants in the community at large to kind of help continue to guide and move us forward. And you know, this is the fun, easy part in all actuality. The difficulty down the road is, you know, the complexity of the design and policy issues, and then ultimately the biggest lift of all of how do we find the funding and the monies to implement the vision that's ultimately created.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So what I'm gathering is that the State Street Committee will not only have an opportunity to weigh in on the survey questions for the public ahead of time, but they will also have the availability of those when they are forming their vision statement. Is that correct? Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And then I just had one more question in it. We all talk about Pearl Street, and this question I think is for Mr. Dayton. So I'm wondering what it's like in the winter, and is it able to, he's laughing, is it able to be, so I gather that with the activities during the good weather, it's able to be economically achievable to keep it going, even though the winter it probably dies down. Is that a fair assumption, that it's just so active in the summer that it can sustain itself during the colder, snowier months?
Well, Commissioner Wiscombe, the thing is that people who live in Boulder, Colorado are 4-season people. And in Santa Barbara, they're two, maybe 1.5 seasons. So, you know, that's just, you know, people just go out all seasons, but sometimes there is snow on that street. So it's, you know, it does shift, ebb and flow, just like our street does, but there are quite different, the inhabitants of Boulder are built for 4 seasons.
Okay, so there is a lot of activity then on the street in the winter time also. It's just that you're not sitting outside dining, huh?
Less but continued.
Less but continued. Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you very much for the answers to those questions. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from commissioners before I go to my questions? I'm just gonna take a moment and wait to see if anybody else comes online. Okay, let's see. Mr. Dayton, you mentioned two words that are very interesting, dreaming versus design. So in terms of a dream state that we might find ourselves in, and we're not asked to dream very often, so thank you for that invitation. I'm wondering, and this goes back to our prep call that we had, how far into the future are we dreaming? I mean, the title of our discussion today is Visioning the Future of Downtown State Street. So would you encourage us to look as far into the future as possible and not sort of constrain ourselves with any, I say, temporal constraints, because you haven't provided us with a timeline per se of 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and beyond. Do you have any thoughts for me on that?
Chair Schwartz, great question. Timing is when you think it will be done, and then maybe into the future beyond that. And then I would compare the design versus dream to a conversation you might have with your architect. An architect is extremely interested when they're designing a house. They talk to the family, they talk to the kids, you know, how do you care for a house? How do you entertain? How do you live? The designers are interested in how people live so they can design around those living conditions. So maybe you should picture yourself the same way. Maybe what you're saying is this is how we live and these are the experiences we want to have or we're going to have. And this is what it feels like on State Street. And then the designers are very good at producing that design. You got to give them a target. So the vision paints that target.
Okay. I thought I heard at council on Tuesday of this week, in terms of the item you brought to them, a 2 to 3 year timeline for that item, specifically the item Tuesday of this week. So where does that fit in to the dreaming and the future planning of State Street? I think you referred to it as interim. Is that the term you're using for the 2 to 3 year
We
look
did.
ahead?
We did. And Mr. Harris and I we're making this up as we go along because as he just explained to you, we had a pandemic, an accelerant hit us, and we've been having to be flexible and nimble. And so we have proposed these terms, yes. Temporary, what you see on the street now, and what Mr. Harris talked about, the palms that maybe have lost their luster in a temporary way. And then the bookend is what we're talking about today, a designed street completely done, here's how it feels. And then in between is what we're calling interim. And interim is let's make it look as good as we can. And then interim only lasts as long as until you start construction on a new design, a redesign. So we've guessed 2 to 3 years. We could be wrong about that, could be longer. It's probably not gonna be short.
Okay. And when you think of interim, as I start my dream process here real time with you, are the experiences, and I'm now looking at those 3 bullet points, I'm looking down at my documentation, you know, the reason for the redesign, what's going on, the role, the goal, are these, in this interim period, are these all sort of easily implemented, easily removed sort of changes? I mean, you showed us some visuals. I don't know if you need to put those back up. As opposed to more significant, we could call them capital improvement projects, significant reconfiguration of the built environment, that sort of thing. And I think in our prep call, I gave you as an example our experience, our planning and policy experience with some changes to roadways, Cliff Drive, Chapala, where we changed it just with predominantly some paint on the street in terms of shifting that around, which is easily alterable should those need to further be modified. Is that what you're thinking of in terms of the scope of the interim?
Chair Swartz, that would be a scope of interim. However, this conversation is designed only for the dreaming of the future. So
Okay,
if you mixed the if you started to mix the conversation, you probably would go awry, and the note takers would also be confused about which is interim and which is design. And we really want to keep your heads, which is a really hard thing to do. It's really hard to keep your head like in the future and really describe what you're seeing. That's a difficult task.
okay. I'm happy to do that. And I think I may just have one more question for you. I think as Mr. Harris was responding to Commissioner Wiscombe's question about, I think, this community or public survey, I heard this phrase, background of intent, that I think you're going to provide the consultant, if I got that right. What is the background of intent relative to the public survey? How is that going to be framed or phrased? So I want to connect that with my dreaming into the future. I mean, it sounds like they're connected.
Well, Madam Chair, as Mr. Harris was talking about, that the survey is going to attempt, and we haven't seen a draft. We're looking forward to that, but it's going to attempt to encapsulate these three questions without asking the three questions, because we can't just do we can't just take 5,000 answers and somehow magically make them into one. So we're not sure exactly what the answer to your question is. We're looking forward to seeing the draft of the survey ourselves.
I see. Okay. All right.
Well, and to that, add to that, and maybe it's as much of a clarification question to Mr. Dayton to help answer Madam Chair's question is, did you, Rob, make the consultant aware of the AIA survey? So that again, background of intent, we have that information, which was very valuable, very robust survey, broad demographics. So again, that background of intent of, all effort to date, the AIA survey, there's charrette, this process that we're conducting, and then, very experienced consultant we're expecting, have high expectations, but a challenging proposition nonetheless.
Okay. Those are my questions for now, and I see Commissioner Lodge has come on. Commissioner Lodge, questions for staff at this time? I want to make sure we're really allowing our full commission to ask any and all questions before we start to move into feedback. We can't hear you, Commissioner Lodge. Hold on one moment.
There we go. The discussion about the city survey makes me wonder, since as Mr. Harris said, the AIA survey was so robust, what are you looking for that's different from what the AIA got in their survey?
Very great question, Commissioner Lodge. So as Mr. Harris was saying, the AIA survey was very binary. Cars or no cars, bikes, no bikes. We're not taught that would be a tactile or a design question. Are you designing for bikes, or what we're looking for is more of a higher level of, and not to exclude that conversation, but a higher level. What is the experience like? What does the experience do for you in terms of a downtown experience to the people who live downtown in the future? What are you feeling? What is the social construct that goes with the street? Those kind of things that would push us to designing. Now, if you want to say, hey, as the Historic Landmarks Commission did yesterday, we don't think there should be bikes on the street, or we think there should be bikes on the street, that's fine. One of the things that Mr. Harris and I have been grappling with is we're community leaders that try to be open-minded, but every time we try to suggest that, well, we don't want to exclude cars from the conversation, we get hammered over the head. Like, what do you think of it? This is no cars. And we've heard that predominantly already from the people we visit, but we did hear from several that said, no, the cars need to come back. But to answer your question, less binary, more dreamy, feel, experience. What is the social construct of the engagement of the street? Some people have referred to it as the living room feel. Well, what's going on in the living room? if it is in fact that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lodge, did you have?
If
follow-on
there are
questions?
questions, I could go ahead with my comments or answers.
Okay, okay, thank you for that offer. Let me just pause and see if there are any other questions. Again, any and all questions are welcome before we begin to dream by way of giving feedback to Mr. Dayton and Mr. Harris. I'll just wait a moment, Commissioner Lodge, before we turn to you to begin comment. I'm not seeing any other webcams come on. So go ahead, Commissioner Lodge, go ahead and kick off the feedbacks portion of our item.
Madam Chair, it would be very helpful if you answer these in order, just for the note taker's sake.
I'm taking,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, and hold on one moment, Commissioner Lodge. Ms. DeBusk has come online. I think she would like to speak with us about process.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. It would be great if you could open public comment before we get into commissioners.
Okay, I thought we did that initially, but we will come back to that. I apologize. If Ms. Kokinda?
Allison, I just wanted to interject and say that we did open up public comment earlier.
Okay. And there was a gentleman who had raised his hand at one point, and then something happened and he didn't, we weren't able to connect with him. I don't know if he kind of rescinded his interest. Ms. Kokinda, anything new on that front?
Thank you for asking, Chair Schwartz. So he is no longer on the webinar. So I think that could have just been an accident that he had raised his hand. But yes, we've already done public comments. So please continue.
Okay, very good. Then if we could ask Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton to come back on, thank you. And we'll start our feedback on these three bulleted questions with Commissioner Lodge.
Well, thank you. I started thinking about redesigning State Street 1992 when I suggested that.
I was there with you. I was there in the room.
Yeah, I know. And I am so pleased to see that people want to see State Street closed now. It was, as I mentioned in my, I think I sent to all of you, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but the booklet that Mr. Dayton referred to with photographs of different pedestrian streets I've had the opportunity to visit. You know, I nearly got hung from a lamppost in La Arcata, let's put it that way.
Oh my goodness, Commissioner Lodge.
Well, and the owner of La Arcata, Hugh Peterson, a lovely person, except passionately against pedestrian streets, even hired some consultants to come into town and to say what we should do with State Street then was to bring the parking back.
Oh, well, let's do this. It's now our turn to dream. So I'm going to come to the first bullet point, and I'm going to ask each commissioner to start with, what do you believe is the reason for redesigning State Street downtown at this time or into the future? We're dreaming now, remember.
Well, what got me started was the opportunity to visit Boulder and then, of course, Santa Monica. And it just seemed so great, you know, the phrase I've been using is, I think we should create a community, what they have is a community living room. And it's a place where, Boulder in particular, where at all times of the day, but particularly in the evening, the three generations of families walking up and down. There are plenty of public places to sit. You don't have to, you know, buy something in a restaurant to have a place to sit. By the way, to answer Commissioner Wiscombe's question about Boulder and the wintertime, I asked about that when I was there. And as Mr. Dayton said, they're used to 4 seasons and they have the right clothes for all those seasons. But when the sun is out, it's warm, even in the winter. It's just, you know, it's just about as long as it's not snowing or raining. And I assume they use heat lamps in the wintertime. They're functioning all year round. The other thing about Boulder is they had at the time I visited, 2 spaces that were the equivalent of yes stores, and they were permanent. They were all year round. These were stores that sold the crafts, art, sculpture, jewelry, whatever was made by the artisans of the community. There were 2 of them. And Boulder's not that, but it's about the same size as Santa Barbara in population, or at least it used to be. And to create this sense of, this is a place where I can go and I can find interesting things to buy if I feel like shopping, and I can see other people walking up and down. And as I, and of course I can buy food or other things or shop in other regular retail stores. Although I think one of the things in planning for this, I think we have to be very realistic. There's never going to be retail again as there was in the past. It was happening before the pandemic, but now with everybody, some people even ordering their groceries online. There just isn't going to be that reason to go downtown. And so there has to be this community living room feeling, and those wonderful sandboxes. Great images, by the way, Mr. Dayton, that you found for all of the cities that you showed. And if State Street is redesigned downtown, one other thing, Charlottesville didn't keep their cross streets open, which I think somewhat reduced the effectiveness. Boulder, the cross streets are open. And so you have this feeling, when you're driving by, look what's going on there. The people there, the kids playing in the sandbox, whatever. And I think it's important to keep the side streets open. And so if State Street is redesigned downtown, I guess I've sort of talked about what's going on when you visit. Just there was a very congenial feeling, particularly in Boulder, with all different ages and, not just bars attracting the young folks. It needs to have a sense of community, and to make it a place that people want to go, want to just hang out. And what role does a redesigned State Street play in the vitality of downtown? Well, obviously, if you get people downtown, it's going to up the vitality of downtown. And it's been very successful in Boulder and Charlottesville in particular. One of the things that makes those 2 cities in particular inviting is the canopy trees and the landscaping. There's lots of foliage, and it almost gives a sense of enclosure with the branches, the leaves over it. And of course, we've got the ideal climate for that kind of thing. We don't have to worry about the kind of climates they have in other places, as in Santa Monica. Santa Monica's street is broader, not as much landscaping, and it just doesn't feel as friendly to me. So I guess those are my comments. Thank you.
Yes, very, very broad, far-ranging. Thank you, Commissioner Lodge, touching on all 3 of those. Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Bonderson for feedback. Again, using these 3 bullet point questions as our touchstones.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I just want to start by saying that I took a more academic approach to this and wrote down the questions and developed my thoughts on paper. So I'm going to go ahead and read through my notes. I apologize in advance if it ever seems like I'm reading, but I am looking at my paper to make sure that I respond completely to each question. And if it would be convenient to Mr. Dayton and Mr. Harris, I can also forward my notes over, make it a lot easier for the note taker who's listening here today. So first and foremost, I have my Dreamer cap on, but my Dreamer cap is highly intertwined with my designer cap and my planner cap. So my thoughts are going to be sort of thinking ahead in a long range planning point of view. A lot of thoughts that we have heard about, discussed, and been involved with over the course of many, many workshops leading up to this moment. So you may hear some of those intertwining comments. And that also comes from my involvement in the AIA charrette, where we actually addressed all of these issues. So I'll put them all together in this approach here. So let's go ahead and get started with the first question. I just feel like there are so many reasons for why we are actually at this point, and why we are really ready to redesign the State Street downtown corridor and area as a whole. Aside from the obvious final push, which is simply just to try and keep businesses alive and getting services outside and into the streets as a response to the pandemic for safety requirements, there's been an accumulation of issues that have forced us to reach this decision that are completely unrelated to the pandemic. I think Mr. Dayton addressed it in a really kind of exciting way when he mentioned in his presentation about the earthquakes, and that the pandemic is just another one of our local earthquakes, which has accelerated the process. So downtown was already losing vitality prior to the pandemic, and we were already actively seeing and beginning to address these issues prior to 2020. So as many of us are already familiar with, the Cosmont report was completed and delivered last year, which highlighted a lot of the reasons and offered a lot of solutions, which I won't go into. I'll just simply state a few of the obvious ones that come to my thoughts and why I look at it the way I look at it. For example, the obvious issue of retail simply going online. That impacts our sales and our commerce and our success of our local retail and shopping spots and businesses. And also the shortage of affordable housing, the fact that most local employees commute from outside of Santa Barbara every day, whether it's close by or from a farther distance like Ventura and Camarillo or North County. So it's really our responsibility to meet the state mandated housing requirements, and that puts us slam back right into the center of our CBD. So those two issues are sort of at the forefront of my thoughts when I look at this question. And I just want to say here that I'm really proud that as a city, we've been actively approaching the housing efforts with improvements and amendments to our AUD ordinances, the development standards, the AIA charrettes, and other kind of approaches that everyone has sort of been all hands on deck for long before this pandemic struck us. So we're really already kind of in the heart of attacking this issue. This alone is why the design of the actual State Street itself is so vital at this time. We are already like in it. And it leads to the necessary changes that will impact the outdoor public spaces along State Street and the adjacent areas once there's actually an increase of 24-hour activity and residents who live in this area, just in general. So we are just, we're putting that cart right ahead of the horse and planning ahead. And I think that we've been approaching it appropriately until now. The next question, if I can just roll right into it, is about redesigning downtown and what happens when I personally visit it. So I actually have very mixed feelings about the current environment. I am a big supporter of closing State Street. I'm so thankful that it's actually happened. And we're now in the process of collecting data. So with that in mind, I want to say I'm an advocate for reducing vehicular traffic and encouraging walking and bicycling as the main forms of movement along our downtown corridor. However, I find that there's a significant conflict between walking and biking. And as the two activities are taking place concurrently at this time on State Street, it is far from being the appropriate solution, and we need to talk about that. So as a pedestrian myself, I find that I have been unable to comfortably and safely walk downtown, down the actual street portion. I have to resort to kind of finding refuge and safety on the sidewalk, which defeats the purpose of having a pedestrian walking space, having the ability to walk right down the street. And I'll tell you, the reason is that there's simply bicycles whizzing past me all the time. and thus really making a significant difference, not making a significant difference, whether that street is closed or not, whether you're looking over your shoulder not to get hit by a car, not to get hit by a bike. So personally, I'm really excited about walking down the street and being able to be in the middle of the street and being involved with whatever activities and that we are going to be introducing to the street itself and not being limited back onto the sidewalk. So that being said, I think that that fear of being hit, or in my case, I've actually nearly gotten hit a couple times, and I was a witness when a woman was hit a few months back. And I think that we really need to focus on how we're going to make that awareness into a public, into a community awareness program, whatever that looks like. So I just want to plant that seed and say there is a kind of a social, behavioral, like systemic shift that we need to encourage. And that may come with time, that may come with enforcement of rules. That obviously needs to come with rules that can be enforced, rules that are made public. So I'll leave that at that. I just think that no one should be worried about walking down the street. And we need to get everybody on board.
So Commissioner Barnes said, I'm a little confused. Okay, so we're talking about the future, but you're intertwining your experience today. So is that to say that in your future, you don't have fear of getting hit by a bike as you walk down the street?
Yes, sir. That is a really good
I got it.
Yes. I think I should probably share my personal experience is with bicyclists that are, are moving at fast speeds. I know that there's a sign that clearly says, miles per hour, but how does a bicyclist really know what that really means? How can we educate them on what is appropriate? Also, we have signs that clearly state that we should not have bicyclists doing wheelies and tricks, and yet that's happening daily. So where is that enforcement? From my personal experience, from being downtown myself, I haven't seen officers or volunteers approaching bicyclists or holding, people accountable for their bicycle behavior. And I just think that that needs to be part of the vision. That even in the meantime, even if it's temporary, we need to start focusing on that, because we don't want to lose the pedestrians who are currently interested and enthusiastic about being downtown, and then they get turned off and don't come downtown in the meantime. So I hope that answers your question, because I think that the present is going to lead us into whatever that vision is, and we don't want to lose the involvement of pedestrians in the meantime.
Excuse me, Commissioner Bonderson, I just want to take a pause for a moment. We have 5 other commissioners to provide feedback, and I'm in communication with staff about transitioning to our next item, which is also a substantial discussion item. So if we could continue to, again, use as a touchstone each one of these 3 bullets, which specifically ask reason for redesigning, if redesigned, what is going on? We're looking into the future, we're dreaming. Thirdly, what is that role looking into the future and dreaming of a redesigned State Street? And what would our goals be looking into the future for a redesign? So let's see if we can kind of conclude this, and then I'm going to ask other commissioners to come online with their feedback, please. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. I will hit my next thought as a goal, and I want to draw attention to accessibility. I want to talk about the importance of making the promenade reachable by those who cannot directly walk or bike. I think we need feasible ways to encourage locals to actually get downtown and find it worth their time and their money to park nearby and to have the State Street experience. So we're not really leaving anyone out. So locals who actually drive or bus into downtown should be given incentives to stay and spend money. I think currently several people that I've spoken to seem to be deterred by the cost of parking. And I think that we should encourage ways for people not to be penalized or discouraged if they have to drive in, and really make this experience accessible and make it welcoming to everyone. In particular, I want to just touch on public transportation. I know that a lot of downtown employees and visitors have expressed to me that they feel limited on being able to stay downtown because the bus schedule might require the last bus to leave early, and therefore they have to run and catch the bus sometimes at 6 or 7 p.m., which limits their ability to stay downtown and have dinner and have a nightlife, and therefore we're losing money. There's that economic attachment to it. I'll continue by saying that I think we also need to remember that we have people who are disabled, whether that's a permanent disability or a temporary disability. We have people who might not be able to walk very easily if they might have had surgery or pregnancy, or the elderly who don't have disabled placards. And we want to make sure that those people have that access to parking that is close enough, and how we want to approach that. That's personally an issue that's very important to me, and I'd love to talk to you more about it another time. So just to wrap this up, I want to share with you why I think that, how I can address that last question. So I think a redesigned State Street plays a very significant and central role in the revitalization of downtown. I think it's vital to the future vision of downtown because State Street itself acts as the spine that runs through our downtown center. It connects the two sides of the street. It connects different districts that many before us have actually worked on designating, block to block, and the importance of those districts, cultural districts that we've determined for Santa Barbara. Basically, it's a main artery that ties that urban fabric together, and that fabric already exists. So if it's done really well, it's going to enhance the sense of community. It's going to encourage connections and gathering spaces that we're currently lacking. Not only will this increase business and support commerce, but it's also going to provide a true heart to Santa Barbara. And I think that that's something that everyone has sort of lightly touched on, but we've never actually said that term. Looking at other cities and looking at Europe in particular and South America in particular, a city center is really the crux of successful cities. And we talk about State Street being a downtown center, but we need a point like a plaza or an attraction location where we say, hey, I'll meet you in the center, and that's it. And so I just want to kind of wrap this up by saying that a lot of the charrettes that I either was involved with working in or was able to hear present in the AI process really brought attention to a gateway. I heard Commissioner Barrett bring this up earlier, and we really heard a lot of attention being put on that. So if you are aware of that, great. But if not, I'd like to draw your attention to it. An entry point, a gateway. A lot of us talked about having that at Gutierrez at the beginning of the 300 block. And this would clearly require a discussion or analysis to figure out how to allow two-way traffic on Gutierrez to relieve that congestion and get things moving. And I know Mr. Dayton brought that up earlier, and I think that that's something worth looking at. And lastly, I just want to really bring back my point to that fact that a central plaza of some sort has been repeatedly suggested, and it would define a clear center to our downtown, a place to gather, which doesn't currently exist. I'm going to let you guys look at those charrettes yourself, but please focus on sort of that gathering idea that many of us have proposed. And I'll just close this up by saying that I appreciate the surveys and the data collection that's been coming through. I've been involved in responding to all of those. And I'm extremely pleased to hear that our city council has also approved a budget for State Street improvements. I'm proud to be a part of it, and I'm sincerely impressed that the city council has found this to be an important priority as we move forward with increased housing growth in the CBD. So it shows.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Thank you so much. And if you'd like to forward your notes to Mr. Dayton and Mr. Harris, through Ms. DeBus, that would be great. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to watch the time now. We're going to conclude our entire hearing today at 6 o'clock. And again, we have another item. We will be taking a short break after this one. So I'm now going to facilitate a little more assertively. I'm sorry, I don't mean to shortcut anyone, but we have to keep going. So let's again look, really focus on these 3 bulleted questions so that we can provide Mr. Harris and Mr. Dayton some valuable feedback. Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So starting with the first bullet point, what is the reason for redesigning State Street? For me, as long as I've been here, I've always viewed State Street as a long mall. And with the decline of retail, we've seen the decline of State Street. And at that same time, I think we can all recognize that an area like the Funk Zone has really thrived. And especially for young professionals like myself, and I've gotten this feedback from other young professionals, is the Funk Zone offers an identity, and it has a unique, authentic identity. And that's what I think State Street lacks right now. And I think this is an opportunity to provide that when we redesign State Street. Speaking of, so other reasons, this is a good project to be doing in conjunction with incentivizing housing downtown, right? I think it was Commissioner Lodge that made a really good comment in saying that this should be the living room of Santa Barbara. And if we're successful in providing downtown housing, this will be the living room for those living on State Street. And so making sure that this redesigning of State Street is more focused on an experience, because I think that's what people are looking for. And I think if we can provide an experience that's attractive for locals, it's also going to be attractive to those that come to Santa Barbara from LA and abroad, right? And so oftentimes now we're seeing a shift in how we think about travel, and we want an authentic experience. We want to go somewhere where locals go, and we want to have that authentic Santa Barbara experience, which I think doesn't exist in downtown right now. And I think this is an opportunity to do that. So those are just a few of the reasons. The next bullet point, talking about when I visit, what am I experiencing? So a number of things. I spoke about an experience, right? And we know State Street's a long street, and if we were going to close it, it's going to be a very large closure. And so a thought I had is it would be very neat to have different districts and break it up. And one of the things that crossed my mind is having something like an arts district and working with working with the Moxie, and you have interactive art on this district, and ways for kids to play on a playground, or I don't know what it looks like, but and you go a couple blocks and you're in the theater district, and you're there to watch some theater, go to the movies, and so on and so forth, so that it's an experience as you move down State Street. It's not a monotonous block by block until we get to something like the Funk Zone or the Shore. I think that would be a really important thing. As I envision what this could look like, I think the point is well taken from Commissioner Bonderson that currently there is some friction between pedestrian traffic and bike traffic, and it comes from, we had to flip on the turn of a switch. I think this is an opportunity where we can marry all those things, and we can have bikes, and we can have pedestrians, and we can have patio seating, we can have interactive art, and all of these things married together because we get the opportunity to plan for them. So I do see a place for bicycles on State Street, especially the exciting new bike share program that we hopefully get to roll out. I think all of those things add to the experience of what State Street can look like, right? And other things that I'm thinking of as I'm experiencing what this future redesign could look like is definitely accessibility. I know you heard this from me in my question a little bit earlier, but I want to be able to walk down State Street and people of all abilities are able to enjoy and take part of everything that State Street is going to have to offer. This can be their living room too. So definitely that's a part of my vision. And give me 1 second. I think also part of this is how do we also incentivize traffic on adjacent streets, right? So we still have businesses on those adjacent streets. So not closing down the traffic, because I think Commissioner Lodge's point was well taken, but how do we also make that attractive? So it's not just right there on State Street, that maybe it kind of, we have some overflow in those areas. So that's also included in some of this redesign. Greenery is big for me. I think I'm picturing canopies, some just lots of greenery, I think is important. It makes it feel kind of not like you're on the street. It makes you feel like you're in a park or a plaza. I think that those are some of the things that come to mind. And then what role, to move on to the third point, what role does this redesign of State Street play in the vitality? I think it's pretty obvious. If we're successful in this and we create an experience for locals, that's a 12-month person going to downtown, spending money. And if we're also successful in providing downtown housing and providing housing in general, we have more people spending their money here. We have more tax revenue that we can then reinvest in some of these projects for our city. And I think it just creates a virtuous cycle where it just feeds into itself if we're successful in providing something that is, and I want to emphasize this, geared towards locals. Because I think sometimes in the mall experience, we feel left out. We feel like when you have these big box retailers, I can go anywhere and go to a big box retailer, right? But maybe we have some of those local businesses, those local shops. Maybe we have a few kiosk vendors that is done the Santa Barbara way, where we have a local business person who's just starting up, and we get some local jewelry, we get some local vibes. And I think to just put the ending thought of kind of what my goals are is marrying the housing to the living room on State Street, making it an experience from top to bottom, where every few blocks I'm experiencing something completely different. It's enticing to locals, which we know it'll be enticing to those coming to visit our special town. And I'm forgetting one thing. And I think and transportation, and having more than one mode of transportation going downtown. In an ideal situation, we would be able to have the waterfront shuttle and space for that. But at the very least, we have pedestrians and bicycle traffic. And I think if we do all of those things, we're going to have a very successful downtown. And I think we're going to have a bright future for the foreseeable future.
Commissioner Escobedo, in one word, you talked about identity. In one word, what is the identity of downtown that you envision?
I think I can't put it in one word, but I'll give you, I guess I could. Districts I really think that from top to bottom, you should, your experience should evolve. And you should be able to, if we get someone visiting our community and they start at the top of State Street and they're walking towards Cabrillo, that as they're going, they kind of lose track, and all of a sudden they're in the funk zone, and all of a sudden they're at the beat. That's kind of the thought that crossed my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Higgins, feedback on these three questions, please.
Okay. Start your stopwatch. I'll go fast. So the surface reason while we're here is really economic development, sales tax opportunities or lack thereof as a result of the crushed retail environment. We've got homelessness that's part of the fabric now more so than ever that needs to be addressed. And, you know, I think part of this effort is to reintroduce locals to State Street. We've been, catering or sort of focusing on tourists too heavily in State Street, and we have an opportunity to bring that back. And so that's kind of what I've seen. But I do appreciate the deeper question that you're asking about what our identity is. And so I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. I have some thoughts or some words I'll share with you on that later. But in terms of what I see or experience when I go to State Street, I have definitely taken more time to visit State Street now that it's been closed to vehicles on my bike. And I typically ride there and I don't have to go through State Street to get to where I want to go, to the beach or wherever, but I choose to now because it's an entertaining and enjoyable ride, and it's relatively free from pedestrian conflicts. Just a side note there, I think that the closure, the walk only in the 500 block is perfect. And I don't see that that's a real impediment to keeping bicycles on State Street. People have to get off for a block, it's no big deal. So when I go to State Street now, I see my friends. And that's an important component of why I feel like we should be really focusing on locals and families, bringing them back to State Street. And it's okay that it's not a drunk zone like the funk zone is. There's certain blocks that are more heavy on bars, but I think I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but let's not keep re-emphasizing that as our only solution to entertainment or bringing locals downtown, especially families. We've missed that. And that's been a significant hole in State Street for 20 years, as far as I can tell. And maybe that's because my kids are about teenagers now, so that's what I'm looking for. So what else am I experiencing? I'm experiencing transients camped out on the sidewalk, blocking pedestrians and otherwise freely using drugs and littering and urinating.
Commissioner Higgins, in the future, not now. We don't want to know what you're experiencing now. I can go in State Street and tell you that. This is your future, in your perfect future.
So I want to say, so in the future, well, I just want to talk a little bit about more what I see there, because we're building on that, obviously. That's why we're here. But good try. You rattled me for a minute. I see some significant transitions and differences in, for example, it's easy. The transition between the 500 and 600 block is stark in terms of the activity on 500, and then you get to 600 and there's like nothing going on there. And it's pretty cool on one hand, because people are amazed when they get to walk in the middle of the street. And so there's this factor of either amazement or cluelessness that causes the bicycle pedestrian friction. But people are just sort of ecstatic that they get to walk in the street, which is great without any encumbrances. But you've got to work on some form of uniformity with how that is going to end up looking, so it's not so chopped up. If it's redesigned downtown, some of the things that I'd like to, see, I do think the gateway idea is excellent. We see that in other cities where you've arrived at this different part of State Street because there's a big arch across the middle of the street. Just like you're entering Hope Ranch, or you're entering Hillcrest in San Diego, or you're entering other parts of northern San Diego County where they've taken advantage of that opportunity to let you know that you're entering into a new part of the city. In terms of the role State Street plays in our vitality, State Street's like our spine, and we need to go to the chiropractor because we're stuck. Okay, and now we've been jolted, maybe adjusted with the pandemic, and that's really freed up a lot of mobility and interest in going back downtown. So you're on the right path in terms of closing State Street or parts of it. And I definitely think that a permanent closure on many of the blocks that are currently closed is mandatory, and I hope I see it continue. I have a couple other thoughts that I might jump in, refine here towards the end, Madam Chair, but that's it for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Next commissioner with feedback on these three questions. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Madam Chair, would you like to go before Commissioner Reed and myself, or should we just go right ahead?
Sure, I can go ahead. Thank you. That's
Okay.
just fine.
Yeah.
So what do I believe the reason is? I think for too long now, State Street has been a dividing point and not a convening or a uniting point for our downtown portion of our city. In a way, what's happened is we've allowed State Street to linger behind societal change and community need. And it's an anachronism in that sense. So I think that it's long overdue, actually, that we re-envision and redesign into the future. And I wish we didn't even have to call it a street. I'd like to even call it something else, because this dreaming, I really like that word, Mr. Dayton, for so many reasons, to help us loosen our creativity, our look ahead into the future. And it's not just a street. It needs to be a part of an entirely redesigned downtown, as you and I have discussed before offline. So if I had my ideal, you asked me what my ideal planning steps were here, visioning steps, I wouldn't just look to State Street. I would actually have a more holistic or recommend a more holistic approach to the redesign of all of downtown. Because where we change one part, one facet, one dimension of the built environment for certain experiences, it immediately affects everything else around it. And other cities that have gone through these transitions, let's just say even in the United States, and I've also done some research on my own and then have visited various cities, not only Boulder, but Nashville, Tennessee, and Charlotte, North Carolina. It's not just about the streets. You know that term complete streets? Well, this is like the complete city, the complete downtown. So when I go to the second question, if State Street is redesigned downtown, I certainly hope we remove the word if, by the way, and say when. When State Street is redesigned downtown, describe what's going on. Well, I really take from these other cities by way of kind of sister cities, best practices, and a number of my colleagues have already touched on this. There's a feeling of everybody being welcome, everybody having a place and a space and an experience, particularly for locals. I know we're a strongly tourist-driven city, but I think we've now seen the financial cost of so heavily relying on the tourism industry. And since my family moved here in 1967, and I worked for some local business owners on State Street after high school in the 70s, most of State Street, as you know, were shop owners from locals. They were local entrepreneurs, mom and pops, as we call them. And so downtown State Street felt like our downtown, our hometown downtown. And So when we look into the future, it has to feel like that again. And State Street can't be a pass-through corridor where people are going from one place to the other. We have many other corridors, many other streets that to accomplish that. You showed a lot of pictures from Boulder, Colorado, and I was there a few years ago for one of our daughter's weddings. The vitality, the liveliness, the commercial experience for people of every financial income is very important. You don't have to do any shopping. You don't have to do any dining, but if you do it, there's something at a price point and an experience that is welcoming to everyone. So it's both, it's the financial, it's the physical, and then we have environmental sustainability, which I don't think we strongly touched on. Although I think I heard Commissioner Escobedo touch on this a bit. But this is also an opportunity in terms of the design and what we experience to revisit and sort of take back the mantle of the birthplace of the environmental movement. A completely redesigned downtown with a redesigned State Street. Oh, Commissioner Escobedo's giving me a high five. Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Is an opportunity for us to do all of that. In fact, to me, it's a mandate. It's not just an opportunity. We owe that to our being the birthplace of the environmental movement and to the values we espouse. If we don't live out the values we espouse, they're simply empty words. So all of that has to be incorporated into a redesign of State Street. And by the way, if I could also comment, other cities that have incorporated environmental improvements, environmental achievements, environmental projects are also branding and rebranding their downtowns with that staunch environmental sustainability brand. That in and of itself not only attracts locals, but out-of-town visitors who look for an environmentally superior experience or value that. So I think it has great economic value for us as well. Green space and experiences that are, how do I want to say, experiential along with housing. And you know how strongly I feel about the housing crisis, and that every single policy, every single project that we consider, I think has to take into consideration the nexus between housing, transportation, and environmental sustainability. I don't believe we're at a place in our city's history, our city's future, and our children and grandchildren's future to redesign a downtown that does not integrate in this dream, Mr. Davey. The policies connected to the dream and the designs connected to the dream have to bring together in a new, bold, and much improved way, housing, transportation, or circulation, however you want to use it, and environmental sustainability and superiority. Now to the last bullet. I'm already sort of talking about this, right? What is the role of a redesigned State Street? I think I've expressed a number of those goals. I like Commissioner Escobedo's idea of districts. I would just add to that I think we have, if we go in that direction, we have to find some kind of a transitional, soft way of moving from one district to the next so that it doesn't feel overly artificial. We can't have it feel like different lands at Disneyland, you know, when we go from one district to the next. And it's such a short street compared to other cities, much longer downtown streets. There are some that are much longer. But at the same time, I think if we go in the direction of branding by districts, we can create an excitement. Part of vitality, I think, is creating new definitions for excitement and interest and intrigue. And I think we could probably do that with districts. Lastly, I'm just going to say that I hope, actually, I want to touch on Nashville, Tennessee. I was in Tennessee a couple of years ago, and the downtown revitalization projects they have, first and foremost, acknowledge right up front, this is not about constructing or reconstructing a roadway or just buildings. Here's what they say. It's about helping to build a vibrant urban core in a community where a neglected downtown ceases to thrive and ceases to be a desirable destination. So what did they do? Here's the mix that's required. I know you're asking about State Street. I'm dreaming about downtown. And I'm dreaming about this every day because I feel that we're on the precipice of needed change, not in 2 to 3 years. I'm just going to share that with you, Mr. Harris. I think it's more immediate than that. What do they do in Nashville? Office space, multifamily residences, hotel rooms, and balanced with retail and retail space. That's what makes for a thriving, desired by locals and visitors downtown. And I think that's what we need to do in looking ahead and dreaming of a new downtown for Santa Barbara into the future. So those are my thoughts. And now I'd like to ask Commissioners Wiscombe and Reed to come on and share with us.
Chair Schwartz, just one question for you. Just one question. I'm just dying to know. So if it's not a street in your book, what is it called? What is the name? It's not a street. What is it called?
I don't know that I have. Can I think about a term? I'm sorry, I didn't come up with one for today. In this dreaming, I really love that word, as you can tell, Mr. Dayton, because it's just so, it's inspiring, and we have to be newly inspired in this undertaking. So all I want to say is, I actually, in asking me this question, I appreciate you pressing me. I think we need new vocabulary. Street is old vocabulary. So as we're dreaming, we need a whole new set of vocabulary to help us dream and design and plan into our future. So thank you for pressing me on that. And I wish I had a quick comeback, but those are my thoughts.
You'll tell me when you think of it. It'll still be right. That'll be good.
So over to Commissioners Wiscombe and Reed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I took some notes. I gave this a lot of thought. Commissioner Reed and I have been through this process on De La Guerra Plaza revitalization. So I'll close with something from that Commissioner Reed said that I think really sums it up, unless he's going to do that. Are you going to? No. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and do that. Okay. So let me just go through my notes, and I've been taking notes along the way as I've listened to all my fellow commissioners talk. My first thing on the first question, what do you believe is the reason for redesigning State Street? Commissioner Schwartz said it, and State Street is a key component to a holistic approach for reimagining our downtown. I truly believe that. Our downtown is the heart of our city, and we do need a holistic approach. And a couple of commissioners talked about State Street being a spine. So I think it is not only a destination in and of itself, but it is a spine that provides connectivity to a revitalized De La Guerra Plaza and a remodeled Paseo Nuevo Mall. And in the future, the repurposed Ortega and Nordstrom spaces. I'm going to just call them spaces for now. We all know there's too much retail downtown, and there's very limited opportunity for attracting new retail. So we really have to dream about what we're going to do with State Street. I think we have an opportunity for a blended use, residential, office, hospitality, retail, including food and grocery. I think as we progress towards housing downtown, we're going to need those. And the other thing I just wanted to say is that, you know, we have a lot of we've implemented a lot of positive housing policies in the CBD now. And so we have an opportunity now to create a place with sustainable economic growth, a place where people can live, work, play, and visit. So I think that, you know, we are in a position where we can strategically, where we can combine the public policy changes that have been made in the CBD and marry them with the private sector in a successful way. So I really appreciated Commissioner Lodge's comment about creating a community living room. I thought that was a really great concept, and any designer would love to have that as a as a mandate and really go to work with it. And Commissioner Escobedo says it needs an authentic identity. It doesn't have that now, and that's another good reason for redesigning State Street. And he also said people do want to go where locals go, and so we need another good reason to redesign it so that locals do go to State Street. I'm going to try to go quickly through these. I'm going to move on to question or second bullet point. What are you experiencing? So Mr. Dayton brought this up, but in his narrative, but I'm experiencing an attractive, clean, and safe vehicle-free environment where people live, work, play, and visit that is easily accessible to pedestrians, cyclists, and easily accessible for public transportation, if that's what you're taking. I experience an alive vibe, to put it one way, with many people who have access to a variety of choices of activities and uses, living, eating, drinking, shopping, playing, listening to live music, admiring art, appreciating Santa Barbara architecture, sitting, enjoying a aesthetically pleasing landscape. I also experience an environment where I can walk into a shop and I can buy local, and maybe it's a certified buy local shop or whatever, but I would like to see, we have so many good artists in town and so many creative people. I would really like to see that supported in some way. And I think tourists would love that. They don't want to come here and buy a t-shirt. They want to come here and buy something that's made in Santa Barbara that really has a good memory to them. And I do too. When I send gifts to my friends, that's what I want, is something from Santa Barbara. I liked Commissioner Escobedo's approach of different districts. I think that's really, really interesting and might work really well. And I agree with Commissioner Bonderson and Escobedo. We need to have this totally accessible to everybody, so everyone can enjoy State Street. I experienced lots of greenery. And as Commissioner Schwartz said, everybody is welcome there, and that whether you're there to shop or there to just sit, you're welcome to be there. And on to the third bullet point, what role does a redesigned State Street play in the revitalization downtown? So it is in of itself a destination to live, work, and play. It is the heart of our downtown. But it is also a spine that provides easy connectivity to other important places in the city. De La Guerra Plaza on the east, the mall in Ortega and Nordstrom's repurposed spaces on the west, the waterfront to the south, and visual connectivity with the mountains to the north. I think this is what makes Santa Barbara special. We have this extremely special environment. And there was, I went back through the COSMA report, and I really, there were some very good comments in there, but if we develop State Street to be a sustainable economic economy, we're going to have reliable labor force incomes. We're going to have profitable business opportunities. We're going to have adequate tax revenues for maintaining services and infrastructure. And I think that's one of the keys. And I want to go back to something that we did a one sentence purpose statement for when we started out on De La Guerra Plaza. And I can't take credit for this. It was a brilliant effort by Commissioner Reed, and it's a good part of our statement, but it provides the flexibility to serve our community's diverse social, cultural, historic, economic, and environmental vitality. And that's what Chair Schwartz was just touching on, was the environmental part. I think that is a really good key message to when you're putting together a purpose statement to really look at all those factors. And I will just really give a lot of credit to Commissioner Reed for bringing us to that point at the De La Guerra Plaza Revitalization Committee meeting, where we did that in one session. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Reed?
Thanks, Chair Schwartz, and thanks, Commissioner Wiscombe. I really appreciate that. And you were an incredible asset in that meeting. And Mr. Dayton, that was incredible. I mean, this is in part a, I guess, a visioning practice right now. And I think I would say now, arguably more than ever, our downtown needs vision. And we're a community with a rich history in crafting vision, a vision that not just the country looks to, but the world has looked to. And it's a really wise man, long time ago, said, where there is no vision, the people perish. And that might be a little bit too dramatic in this context, but there's truth in that. And so to answer the first question, I think we need to give people really good reasons to come to our downtown and to return to it over and over and over again. I would say, having grown up here, born and raised here for the first time in my adult life, we're starting to do that. That's starting to happen. And I would say we're at the beginning of that. And I think that beautifully attractive public spaces simply help people connect with each other. Whereas ugly, unsafe, unclean, boring public spaces simply won't help people connect with each other. And I think State Street, for many years, much of my life, has been the latter. And it doesn't make sense. An investment in redesign, I think, directly benefits our local economy by, Commissioner Higgins touched on this, by creating jobs, increasing property values, attracting people, locals, tourists alike. But there's just this overwhelming need to strengthen and to diversify our downtown economy. I think an overwhelming need to create and to just simply bring life to State Street. To the second question, really, what am I experiencing in that future place? I'd say without question, I recognize through all the senses, sight, sound, smell, feel, even taste, that I am in the healthy and I am in the thriving heart of the city of Santa Barbara. And I think that this is a downtown, this is a street, this is a location that tells a story rich in culture, rich in history. It tells a story about people. It tells a story in a creative and an innovative way that I think, never loses sight of our rich past, but it prioritizes it through 21st century creativity and innovation. There's an obvious connection and a relationship between nature, the environment, culture, and the built environment. But this story, and I'm trying to stay at a really high level here, is not static or even obvious, because there is a wonderfully authentic combination of the old and the new. There is simplicity, there is depth. And I think there's no other destination or city on the planet that could replicate this. This is the only place like it, and everyone knows it when they're there. This place is truly a special place. I think it supports a critical mass. It's amenity rich in the most fascinating and pleasing of ways. It's an exploratory place. It's a welcoming place to everyone. It's a non-contrived, energy-driven, pedestrian-friendly, walkable, mixed-use environment. And I think it's an extremely, and I can't express this strongly enough, child-friendly environment. It's a place to play and to be animated. There are child-oriented amenities on every block. It's an urban park. And then to the last question, I just reiterate some of the points. There's so much rich history on State Street, as your presentation demonstrates, and in so many unique contexts. And there's this innate or this intrinsic authenticity, character to State Street and our downtown, but it's no longer all that obvious. And I'd argue more difficult today than probably ever before to perceive or to enjoy or to experience this intrinsic value. And because of many factors, this authenticity has gradually diminished, I think, over time. And it's really sad. The historical, the architectural, even the cultural appeal of State Street has been gradually eroding. And, but, you know, optimistically, it is certainly not lost. It is far from lost. And so a successfully redesigned State Street can reestablish that authentic character at its core. And I think do it through a contemporary lens that doesn't compromise our city's tremendous history, but fully embraces it. And to the question of identity, this is my last statement, and questions you've asked and what Commissioner Wiscombe just brought up. I think it must identify with the core identities of our entire city, reaching really deep and really far back. And that's where it'll appeal to everyone. And if someone had only an hour to experience the Santa Barbara that they've heard about from people all over the world, State Street could more than satisfy that expectation. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Okay, we're almost at 4:15, and we need to keep moving forward and to close out because we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're really compressing the remainder of our day in having to conclude at 6 o'clock because we have one more discussion item. So I'm sorry, Commissioner Lodge, I'm going to have to come back to yes, please. Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Lodge.
I concur with Commissioner Bonderson about bicycles on State, and I'd like to suggest that the name of State Street be changed to Paseo Estado. It was called State Street was for a period of time in the 20s called Estado in State.
Oh, okay.
Paseo is a public walk or boulevard. I think
Paseo Estado. Okay, we're going to leave that with Mr. Dayton to ponder. Thank you very much.
It's written on the map outside my office. Okay, so Mr. Dayton and Mr. Harris, I've watched you taking
many notes, plus this is, recorded today. So with that, we're going to have to close this item. And thank you again and let you continue on with your work, and we'll hope to hear from you in due time. Is there anything else you wanted to say to me or the commission before I take us to a 10-minute break?
Thank you.
Thank you for the very thoughtful insight and input.
Awesome.
Thank you both so much. Okay, with that, it's 4:15. We're going to come back at 4:25 to begin our third and final item, which let me just remind everyone what that is. I'm going to go to our agenda. And again, this is going to be a water supply planning overview. We have Mr. Hagmark and Ms. Corey joining us from staff, and we'll return in 10 minutes. Thank you. reconvene the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for October 15th, 2020. We are back with our third and final discussion item today, and that's an enhanced urban water management plan update. I believe we have a couple of staff members. We have, I think, Mr. Hagmark and Ms. Corey, is that correct, who are going to give the PowerPoint today. Welcome to both of you. And I think we set aside 30 to 40 minutes. As you can tell, we've had quite a robust afternoon discussion if you've been following along. So we do need to conclude our hearing at 6 o'clock today. So we're going to allow you to move through your presentation, see if there's any public comment, and go right to commissioner questions and comments. There's no action other than providing you feedback today. And by the way, if I could ask you, do you have a slide in your PowerPoint that could help the commission if there are certain categories of feedback you would like, or are you simply going to make note of sort of any and all comments the commissioners provide you?
I think we're prepared to speak to and take down all input that we get from the commission today.
Okay, very good. I'm going to turn it over to you. Welcome. And maybe you could briefly introduce yourselves.
Right. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I really appreciate being before the commission today. My name is Joshua Hagmark. I'm the Water Resources Manager. And we've been talking for quite a while about bringing our long-range water supply planning to the Planning Commission. So I first want to start off with a thank you. I really appreciate the Planning Commission's involvement in water issues. We've always had strong liaisons. I know Chair Schwartz was there, and now we have Vice Chair Wiscombe, who's our representative on water issues and attends regularly our Water Commission meetings. And we really appreciate that. We like having that strong connection with this commission. So why are we here today? We're here today because we're working on an update to our long-range water supply plan. We update this plan every 10 years, and this plan looks out 30 years. So we are looking out to 2015 and asking ourselves, what does this community's water needs going to be over that planning horizon? And specifically today, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about demands. I think that's where the connection with the Planning Commission really comes in, as you guys are making the tough decisions about how this community is going to grow and evolve. What does those demands for water look like? And so we've been working really closely with the community development staff, who I know have been working closely with you and council to kind of develop that picture along with demands I know from the state. And so we've taken all that information and we've got a presentation today to kind of dive into how those housing demands and commercial demands all translate into water supply demands. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Corey, our water supply analyst, who's going to walk you through our goals here today. And then we also have to just note, we have Michelle Madaus on, who's going to actually talk. She's been running a lot of the model work that takes the development demands and turns it into water. So she'll be available too, and she'll be speaking to what she did to go through that process. Thank you.
Very good. Let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagmark. As you mentioned, my name is Dakota Corey, and I'm the water supply analyst for the City of Santa Barbara. I'm also the project lead for our enhanced urban water management plan. Next slide, please. So as Joshua mentioned, we want to give you a broad overview of this project, including background, goals, and timeline. We are going to take kind of a deep dive on our water demand analysis with help from Michelle Madaus. And then I want to give you an update on where we're at with the rest of the project. And so we'll look at our existing water supply portfolio analysis. We'll also touch on our stakeholder engagement process. And then I'd like to fill you in on next steps, and we'll have time for questions and answers at the end. Next slide, please. So first, let's look at the project background and timeline. As you are all aware, the City of Santa Barbara has one of the most diverse water supply portfolios in the state of California. We get water from all the way up north in the Sierras via the State Water Project, which is deposited in Lake Cachuma. We have 2 surface water supplies on the San Ynez River, both Lake Cachuma and the Gibraltar Reservoir, which are fed through the San Ynez Mountains via tunnels, the Tecolote Tunnel for Lake Cachuma and Mission Tunnel for Gibraltar Reservoir. They bring our water down to Laurel Reservoir, where it's treated for distribution to our customers. In addition, we also have groundwater supplies available to us, especially during times of drought. We have the recently reactivated Charles E. Meyer desalination plant, and we have recycled water. Finally, the city considers water conservation and additional supply. Next slide, please. So this diversity really gives us a lot of flexibility in our water supply planning efforts, and it really allows us to be responsive to various complexities that we face, such as periods of drought. However, it also makes water supply planning quite complex. There's lots of different trade-offs we weigh when we look at how we're going to use our various supplies at different periods in time. And that's really what this project that we're embarking on is attempting to analyze and explore. Next slide, please. So we've rebranded this planning process as Water Vision Santa Barbara, and that's really how we're talking about it with the community. And this is a different process from long-term water supply planning processes of the past. In the past, our primary planning document was our long-term water supply plan, which was last updated in 2011 in support of the general plan. Also, every 5 years, we're required by the State Department of Water Resources to develop an urban water management plan, which we've always kind of looked at as a box checking exercise that ties back to our long-term water supply plan. However, state regulations are becoming increasingly more demanding around urban water management plans, and we decided moving forward that it makes sense to have one supply planning document that we can look to in the city as we plan our community. So we're combining both our long-term water supply plan and our urban water management plan, and we're calling it an enhanced urban water management plan. Another aspect that's different about this project from the past is that we're really trying to increase the transparency of the project and community engagement. So we have a detailed stakeholder engagement process, which I'll explain later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So ultimately, the goal of Water Vision Santa Barbara is to provide a long-term water security for Santa Barbara by preparing a water supply plan that is equitable, fiscally and environmentally responsible, adaptable to future conditions, and builds on the city's legacy of effective water management. And I hope to show you tonight how we're doing that. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the timeline for the project, and you'll see kind of in the center of the slide, there's an orange triangle that says "We are here." You'll see that that arrow is pointing to a P in a blue circle, which represents our key outreach to the general public. So currently we're hosting Water Vision Month at the City of Santa Barbara, and we're really encouraging the public to get involved and provide their thoughts and values around water in Santa Barbara to help us as we design our portfolios moving forward. You'll see in the blue horizontal bars across the bottom of the slide, the key milestones or steps within the process. And really where we're at right now is we've developed some potential future portfolio themes, and I'll explain those a little bit later. And we're looking to optimize those for a best fit for the City of Santa Barbara. From there, we'll move on to an implementation plan and then eventually plan adoption. And I'll talk more about that timeline towards the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. This schematic just provides an overview of the analytical portion of the project. So you can see that in the upper left-hand corner, we started with a planning basis where we really looked closely at the objectives of the project and our level of service goals. The level of service goals set minimum requirements that any water supply portfolio we adopt needs to meet to make sure that we can meet the needs of our community. From there, we analyzed our existing water supply portfolio. So that was really looking at the question, how does our current portfolio perform, and how do we anticipate its performance changing in the future? I'll go ahead and describe that process a little bit later in the presentation. And then you can see in the right-hand corner of the slide, there's a big blue box around several steps, and that's where we are right now. So we've developed some theme portfolios. We're analyzing those portfolios, providing sensitivity analysis around them, And then it's kind of a feedback loop as we really look to optimize the future planning portfolio for the city of Santa Barbara. Next slide, please. All right, so it's time to talk about the demand analysis. And I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Ms. Madaus, who's going to explain that portion of our project.
Thank you very much, Dakota. So we wanted to start out with a little bit of a story. So I have worked with the city of Santa Barbara since 2010. So I was included on the analysis that Dakota mentioned, the long-term water supply ability plan. Since that time, a lot of things have happened. You can see, I'm going to walk through the growth, but we did go through a drought, and I'm going to talk about that impact and also the development and what's happened to the community. So I want to start a little bit with a story, because when you look at the community of Santa Barbara, it has changed over time. So this graph goes all the way back to 1897. The top line in blue is your population, and you can see it's been growing over time. The green line is your water production. And you can see that they kind of matched each other for quite some time, that as population grew, water demand kind of followed the same trajectory. However, in about the 1970s, things started to change. The population continued to grow. However, the demand continued to be relatively flat and then sometimes decreased. There's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, water conservation, as Dakota mentioned, started to become more, I would say, mainstream. The Energy Policy Act was passed. So we had a water efficient technology entering your service area. Second of all, we've had a lot of events occur in that time frame. So along the bottom, I've shown rainfall. Those are the horizontal blue bars along the bottom. And I've highlighted in yellow the droughts. So not only can you see when we had high periods by the top bar, the higher bars, but you can also see the lower bars. And off to the right, you can see that we've had multiple droughts, including a very long one, which was in your recent history, which you may remember. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. So keep that in your mind. So now we're going to say, okay, that's our history. Where are we going tomorrow? But it's very important to think about where we were to be able to understand the context of where we plan on heading as a community. Next slide, please. So I have zoomed in on the far right portion of that graph. So on the left-hand side, you can see I have acre feet, and that is the dark solid blue line is actual historical data still. On the right-hand side, I have a series of 3 curves. The top curve is your water demand if there was no plumbing code. And you might say, what is the plumbing code? The plumbing code is what's required to change out fixtures to be more efficient. We have Cal Green as a community, Santa Barbara has some ordinances. That's how we're getting more efficient devices into the service area. It's called the plumbing code. It's multiple devices, but it's a code overall. So that gets you from that upper orange line to the middle lighter blue line. Then you'll notice there's a lower green line. The lower green line includes further active conservation from the City of Santa Barbara's conservation program. They have a very robust program. They just recently received an award. They are Alliance for Water Efficiency Platinum certified now, which is a top ranking that they get in the nation. And that is allowing you to go from that blue middle line down to the green line. Next slide, please. So this is a graphic, and if you click, you'll see that it's actually got a disconnect between where we are today, or the dashed line, to that upper line, and that is the Montesino Water Supply Agreement. So that is going to take effect very soon, so that has been added. So if you look at any of the documents, you'll see that the line's actually been lifted up, but it isn't a gap, it's just that additional water supply that's going to be in your system due to your agreement with Montecito. Next slide, please. Oh, and it also shows the projections, and you'll see on the next slide too, of the 2011 long-term water supply projection. Previous slide, please. So basically, the Montecito Water Supply Agreement, again, has been added. And then I have projected on there those 3 lines you saw earlier, the orange, and then there's a baseline, and then we have a bottom line too. We have basically modeled an upper bound and a lower bound, because we realized recently that there's been a large change in water demand, and water demand is not really static. It's not really one line. It's more like the stock market. It goes up, it goes down, it goes left, it goes right, but it's not really one line. And that's something that has changed between the 2011 plan and now, is that it used to be like, okay, here's our demand, it's one line. but we're getting a little more sophisticated and realize that's not really the case. It is going to wiggle, it's going to move, give it a drought, give it a pandemic, oh boy, here's a new line. The economy and things like that can make it go up and down over time. Water is very dynamic based on what's going on in your service area. So we tried to kind of bound what might be the lower range of your water demand and the upper demand, and we have shaded that in, and we're calling that an envelope, a demand envelope. And next slide, please. So I'll show you what's been included in all the what if scenarios. So this is zoomed in. It's not quite this large, but I have zoomed in on the right-hand side so you can see what was included and what we analyzed in these what if scenarios. So we looked at like, well, what if we have faster job growth? Well, what if we have a different style of development? What if it's more multifamily? What if it's slower growth? What is a faster growth? Well, what about this drought rebound? We just had this really long-term drought. I just showed you. How is that going to recover over time as people, change their landscaping or change their behaviors to non-drought periods? What would that look like? So you can see I had a whole different range of scenarios trying to figure out what the sensitivity to all these different events may occur. And there's also yet another one with climate change. I do know there's been some great meetings recently talking about that and the impact on your region, but we're starting to incorporate that as well. And that goes beyond some of the analysis that we did back in 2011. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways, the population growth, amazingly enough, is a low impact. You saw that on the first graph I showed you, but that is continuing into the future because we're getting more efficient and we're also switching to more multifamily. And unit for unit, multifamily uses less water than single family. So that kind of makes sense as they're adding more population. It's not just a one-for-one, one more person, one more unit of water. It's a little bit more complex than that. And we're seeing lower water use per person than we used to in the past. Climate change, as of now, is a low impact. We did incorporate that. We did use some regional local studies for Santa Barbara, and we did incorporate it. It's an impact, but lower than some of these other items. Job growth was kind of medium impact. It would increase commercial demand, but as you have a dominant residential use in your area, it didn't impact the whole entire portfolio. So it was a medium impact. And then in red, you can see the drought rebound. So when we did all of these scenarios, the biggest one was your drought in that question mark. It was a very long-term drought. So the question is how much will we recover and by when? And we kind of did some slower rebound, faster rebounds, and you could have seen that on the graph as well, trying to determine what that might look like. But so we ran all these scenarios, tried to graph them to try and create some bounds so that you have some choices moving in the future. The upper bound might be what you need to supply people, not just for today, but for tomorrow in all those scenarios. And then the lower bounds sometimes help with revenue planning and things like that, and realize we might bounce in between those two envelopes, but that will keep you sustainable in your community with water for today and tomorrow, regardless of the situations that might occur that we know about at this time. With that, I am going to turn it back to Dakota, and she's going to continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Medaus. So next, I would like to explain our existing portfolio analysis. And as I mentioned earlier, that's really trying to answer the question with the water supplies that we have now, how are they going to perform in the future? And you'll recognize in this graph, which at first I know is kind of visually stimulating, but I'll walk you through it, the demand envelope. So if you look at the middle of the graph, you see the gray band that represents the high and low bounds of that demand envelope. And what we've got in this bar graph is all of our different water supplies. So recycled water is purple on the bottom, gray is Mission Tunnel, orange is Gibraltar Reservoir, the navy blue is the Kachuma Reservoir, green is groundwater, light blue is desalination, and finally State Water Project water is brown at the top. And so what this is a simulation from 1942 through 2019. So if we apply the hydrology that we experienced, the rainfall, the inflows to our reservoirs in that time period, how are our supplies going to perform in the future? And I do want to point out here that we developed a new, what we call design drought. So we took the most recent drought, which was the most severe drought we've experienced to date, and we added 3 additional drought years onto that, so that our design drought is a 10-year mega drought or 10-year severe drought that we would need to be able to respond to in the future. And so what you should look at here to interpret this graph is how many times or how many years are the bars above that demand envelope, meaning that we had plenty of water to supply our customers in those years, And how many years do we see some white space below that demand envelope when we did not have enough supplies to meet demands? And you can see that drought out on the far right-hand side of the graph where we run short with some of our water supplies. And in those cases, just like in the most recent drought, that means that we'd be either asking our customers for extraordinary conservation, or we'd be going out on the open market and purchasing water at a fairly high cost. So overall, what this graph tells us is that our portfolio as it stands now performs pretty well under current conditions. In many years, we actually have plenty of water to meet our needs, and there's few years where we hit a drought and we're looking for additional sources. Next slide, please. But we know that time doesn't stand still and that there are risks and uncertainties in the future. And so this graph looks to not really quantify, but characterize those risks and uncertainties, both in their likelihood, how likely are they to occur? So low likelihood would be on the left of the graph, high likelihood would be on the right, and in their impact, how much of an impact would it have on our supply situation? So low impact is at the bottom of the graph and the high impact is at the right. So that should draw your eyes attention to the upper right-hand corner of the graph where we see our biggest risk and likelihood risks and uncertainties. And so those include increased Kachuma releases. And what that means is that we do have some pending legislation on the operations of Lake Kachuma that could reduce the amount of water that we have available to us from Lake Kachuma. Another high likelihood, high impact risk is climate variability, and we'll explore that a little bit more in the future. And then finally, sedimentation of Gibraltar Reservoir. Gibraltar is located in the upper part of the watershed. There's been several wildfires, and over time, silt and sedimentation is filling up that reservoir, reducing the amount of water that we have available to us. So next slide, please. So as we move forward to evaluate our existing water supply portfolio, we wanted to answer the question, what happens if some of these risks or uncertainties materialize? Then how does our current portfolio perform? And so we looked at several different risks and tried to quantify them. We basically said, what if we had a 40% reduction from both our Kachuma supplies and our Gibraltar supplies? And what if our State Water Project water was only 48% reliable instead of its current 62% reliability? We didn't adjust groundwater, desalination, or recycled water since there aren't many current high impact, high likelihood threats for those sources currently. We can go to the next slide. So this is that same graph that we looked at earlier. However, now we've got our risk adjusted supplies. And so we want to look for the same things. Again, go ahead and focus on the demand envelope with both our upper and lower bounds for our demands. And then look at how the bars fall within that demand envelope. You can see that there's much fewer years in which we have an additional water supply or extra supply beyond what we're going to need within that demand. You'll also see that there's more years where we have a shortfall. So you see white space below the demand envelope. And so what this tells us, excuse me, is that as those risks and uncertainties potentially materialize around some of our water supplies, we do have to look to the future in securing our water supply reliability and resilience. And that especially during times of drought is when we're really going to need additional supplies. Next slide, please. Okay, so this graphic is a little bit complex, and I'm just going to walk you through it because I do think it's really powerful once you start to understand it. It's also a graph that has a different y-axis and x-axis. So you can see moving horizontally across the graph, we have the difference between the lower bound demand envelope and the upper bound demand envelope, which is on the right. And then moving up and down on the graph, we have the baseline supplies that have not been adjusted for risk and the risk adjusted supplies on the bottom half of the graph. So let's start with the pie chart in the upper left-hand corner. This is our baseline supply, so no risks applied, and against our lower bound demands. And as you can see, what you want to look for in this pie chart are the dashed pieces of pie. The brown dashed pieces of pie are supplemental water purchases where we'd have to go out onto the market and purchase additional water. And the black dashed supplies are mandatory extraordinary conservation. And so the more of those large pieces of pie with those dashed lines that you see, the lower the performance of the portfolio. So in this first upper left-hand pie graph, you'll see that there's very little supplemental water purchases required, and that our baseline supplies moving forward, if we don't have any of those risks materialize, performs quite well, even during periods of drought. If we move over to the right, still in the upper graph, we have our baseline supplies again, so still no risks applied, but now we're looking at that upper bound of our demand envelope. And within that, you can see that a lot more conservation and extra supplemental water purchases are required. So depending on where our demand ends up in the future, we may be looking at having to come up with other solutions for reliance and reliability. If we look at the lower left-hand corner, you'll see now we're in our risk-adjusted supplies. So we've reduced the amount of supplies available, and we're looking at our lower demand envelope. You'll see there's still quite a bit of supplemental water purchases required, but this portfolio performs pretty well. So again, where we fall in that demand envelope is important. And then finally, in the lower right-hand corner, we've got our risk-adjusted supplies plus the upper bound of our demand envelope. And you'll see that quite a bit of mandatory conservation, 21% of the pie, and supplemental water purchases at 27% of the pie are required. And so really what this tells us, sorry, excuse me, is that as we move to the future and our demands increase, in times of drought, we're really going to be looking for additional supplies. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes some of the conclusions we've been able to draw about our current water supply portfolio. And as I'm sure you've understood now by looking at our graphs, our biggest challenge, I'm sorry, is to be able to meet demands during extended drought. We also see that desalination, groundwater, and state water project water are essential during drought periods. These are all considered drought supplies for the city currently. And when a drought happens, our surface water supplies on the Santa Ynez River are greatly reduced, so it makes sense that we would be relying on these supplies a lot more. Finally, desalination provides supply flexibility when it's prioritized. And what that means is we can use the desal plant to operate in a way that allows us to store more water in Lake Cachuma from our other sources, so that when dry years do come around, we have more water to fall back on and we're ready to handle a drought. Another thing that became apparent from this analysis is that our biggest asset is extra water that's available during wet and normal years. And if you'll remember, especially from that first bar graph with the demand envelope band across the middle, we have several years where we have more water than we need to meet our current demand. And if we can really be thoughtful about how we use those sources and save them for dry years, we're really in good shape. Finally, a WARN Act contract from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation is needed to counteract siltation at Gibraltar Reservoir. And what this means is we have an agreement that's called the pass-through agreement, in which the city agreed not to expand Gibraltar Reservoir in exchange for the opportunity to store water that spills over Gibraltar Reservoir as it silts in Lake Cachuma for future use. And currently we can't store that water in Cachuma because we need to get a WARN Act contract from the Bureau who operates the Cachuma project. And the city's been working on that. Once that's in place, we'll have essentially a storage account for water loss from Gibraltar that will allow us to utilize that reservoir even as it silts in. Next slide, please. And one more conclusion slide from the existing portfolio analysis. And this talks about the variables that we need to adapt to. So as you know, as planners, we can't ever totally predict the future as much as we would like to have a crystal ball. And so really what we need to do is be really adaptive in our processes and carefully monitor what's happening so that we know when we need to respond. And so as Michelle explained, the biggest variable to adapt to is how are our customers going to rebound after our most recent drought? are they going to go back all the way to pre-drought demands at some point, or did some of the behaviors that they adopted and landscapes that they changed out become more permanent, and is our demand going to stay suppressed because of that? That's something we need to track and understand as we move through the future. We're also looking at incremental reduction in water supply availability. So that's why we did our risk assessment to see what would happen if some of our supplies are threatened in the future. And then finally, a potential drastic reduction in existing supplies. And that would happen, say, if something like Tecolote Tunnel were to collapse during an earthquake. We would still need to be able to supply our customers for basic health and safety needs. So these are all the variables that we're keeping in mind as we're looking to the future to optimize our water supply plan for the next 30 years. Next slide, please. So now that we've discussed demands and we've discussed the existing portfolio analysis, I wanted to talk a little bit about our stakeholder engagement process. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this is really unique for water resources planning to have this high level of stakeholder engagement in our process. We feel like it's very important to make sure that we understand the values of the community around water and water supply planning. And we want to be as transparent as possible so that our community can feel confident moving forward in the plan that we've created. And we really have 4 different groups that we've been working with closely as we develop this plan. So on the left, you'll see we have a Water Vision stakeholder group, and I'm going to discuss them a little bit more in the next slide. We also are working to engage the public as a whole. Oh, not quite yet. Sorry. Thank you. And then just like you with the Planning Commission, we have a Water Commission that we've been reporting to regularly. They provide lots of really great technical feedback and help us with policy decisions that we can present to council. And then finally, City Council will be making the final policy decisions on our water supply plan. And what's great is at each of these steps, we have the opportunity for the public to participate, even if they're not a member of the Water Vision stakeholder group. All of that material is posted online. And then each of the other meetings are fully public in nature. Next slide, please. So this slide gives an overview of who's in our Water Vision stakeholder group. You can see that we have a total of 28 organizations. 20 of them are active. 8 of them are participating at an information only level right now, which means that they do get updates on the project. And the reason that they're unable to participate is because they're kind of on the front lines to COVID response. So for example, the hospital, the school district, they're all quite busy responding to the ongoing COVID situation. And so they don't have the ability to participate as much as they'd like to, but they're staying informed and providing feedback when they can. You'll see that our organizations were targeted to represent different groups of water users within the city. And so we targeted our agricultural water users, citizen groups and community leaders, economic development and tourism, environmental and conservation groups, human rights to water, land use, our large water users, groups that have a special perspective on issues and challenges, and finally our tribes. And so really what we're trying to do is get a holistic view on the value of water and our water supply plan from our community. Next slide, please.
Ms. Corey, if I could just check in with you, it's almost at 30 minutes. Do you have a sense of how many more slides you might have? I want to make sure there's sufficient time for back and forth with the commission and you and Mr. Hagmark.
Yes, I think we've probably got 10 more minutes at best for the rest of the presentation.
Okay, I think we'll have to conclude it by 10 more minutes in order for us to close our hearing right at 6 o'clock today.
Okay, sounds good. So this slide provides some of the feedback that we've received from our stakeholder group. And just in the essence of time, I won't read through each of those values that we've received from them. But you can see in the gray bar that there's a wide variety of values that we're using to inform the decisions we're making for this plan moving forward. Next slide, please. Also, through our stakeholder group, we developed the 5 pillars to inform Water Vision Santa Barbara. And these 5 pillars really encompass the gamut of values that have surfaced as we've worked with our stakeholder group. And so the first one is that the cost of water is affordable and equitable and just. The second one is access to water is reliable and resilient. The third one is the impact of our water decisions on the environment and our community members is minimized. The fourth is that the community's water is valued and conserved. And fifth is our water decision responsibilities support our quality of life. And these pillars really shape the way that we're designing our future themed portfolios. And they also have been tied directly into some of our analytical work, which I'll show you in just a minute. Next slide, please. All right, so next steps. Next slide. So where we're at right now is we're working on the future portfolio analysis. So we looked at how our current water supply portfolio performs, and now we've developed themed portfolios that could potentially work for us in the future, and we're analyzing them in several different ways. These themes include a variety of options, including maximize reliability, minimize cost, minimize environmental impacts, maximize local control, an emphasis on potable reuse, an emphasis on desal expansion, and also desal expansion with prioritization. And what we're doing with these theme portfolios is we're looking at how they respond to that risk-adjusted supply scenario that we looked at with our current portfolio. And we're also looking at how they perform in a triple bottom line analysis. And what the triple bottom line analysis does is it measures them against criteria for social criteria, environmental, and financial. And it looks at how they perform in those three realms, which is really different from how we've analyzed our water supply in the past. In the past, we always just looked at cost. Next slide, please. So that future water supply portfolio analysis is currently being wrapped up, and we plan on presenting to Water Commission in November. It's quite a detailed analysis, so we do have a special Water Commission meeting November 12th to start that conversation at 1 p.m. And then our regular Water Commission meeting on November 19th at 9 a.m. will conclude that discussion of the future portfolio analysis and potential future options for the city. Then we'll take that presentation to council on December 8th. Next slide, please. From there, once we've got feedback from council and Water Commission on the direction we should move with our future water supply portfolio, we'll be looking at developing an implementation plan. And this is really meant to be an adaptive plan, as I described earlier, where we can monitor where we're at in real time in terms of demands and supplies and make decisions based on where we end up. And so we'll be presenting that implementation plan to Water Commission in January and council in early February. Finally, because this is tied into our urban water management plan, we have to do a public review process and plan adoption. And so the first public review hearing will be on May 13th with council, and then we'll bring it back June 29th for adoption. And ultimately, we need to turn our plan into the California Department of Water Resources by July 1st, 2021. Next slide, please. And that's it. Concludes my presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Corey. Commissioners, just feel free to turn on your webcams. Before we do that, before we actually start questions, Ms. Kokinda, any members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Actually, we don't have any members of the public attending by webinar, but I would like to ask Ms. Rydell if we have any written correspondence that we received for this particular item.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair, no, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
Okay, please, Chair Schwartz, continue.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Commissioner Wiscombe, would you like to kick off the question period?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In an effort to save time, would you mind if I just made some comments and also asked some questions, both at the same time?
Please do. And by the way, I overlooked identifying our very own Commissioner Gabe Escobedo, who participates on the Water Vision Stakeholder Group. So Commissioner Wiscombe was mentioned as our standing liaison, But fortunately, we have Commissioner Escobedo now participating in the Water Vision stakeholder group as well. Back to you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Yes, please combine questions and comments.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you all for the excellent presentation. The slides were really great, and I'm would ask that you would forward the PowerPoint to our commission secretary for distribution to all of us, because I think we'd all like to study the slides in more detail. They were really great. So I'm just going to go to my questions, not in any particular order. I appreciate the triple bottom analysis, the social, economic, and environmental strengths and weaknesses of potential new future water supply portfolios. So my first question is, what are the potential new future water supply portfolios? Can you address that?
Would you
Yeah, I
like
can
me to
take that
speak to that?
question.
Oh, okay, go for it.
We actually have a slide. I was just moving quickly. So if you can go back a couple of slides. Is that possible? Keep going. Stop right there. Oh, there we go. So thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. That's a great question. And this slide, I did go through it quite quickly, but the 1 through 9 listed on the left-hand part of the slide are the different themes that we're exploring right now. And so we're really looking at trying to balance these different values between reliability and cost, environmental impacts, emphasis on different potential future supplies such as potable reuse and desal expansion. And if you have any questions about those specific themes and what goes into them, we can definitely try to answer that for you.
Okay,
So-
I
so
guess
as far as, let me take a stab at it. So as far as those supplies that are available to us, as we talked about, there are years when we have sufficient water to meet our needs and then some. And so starting to look at how we could take our state water allocation and do more with it. And when I say do more with it, it's trying to find more opportunities for what's called groundwater banking or in lieu banking. And that's where you're exchanging your state water that the city owns with maybe farmers in the Central Valley, farmers in San Luis Obispo, maybe communities in that area that either leave the water in the groundwater basin and don't pump it out and use the state water instead, provides this opportunity to maybe access that water when we need it during a drought. So that's one. Another one that we're looking at is water loss in our system. So we lose approximately 10% of the water that we produce. It doesn't show up as metered sold water. And that's fairly typical. I think the more typical agency is probably in the 12 plus range, but there's room there to probably save 100 acre feet a year in water loss. And then of course we have a permitted desal plant up to 10,000 acre feet a year. As you know, it's currently at 3,000 acre feet a year. And I'm certainly not advocating for getting all of our water from desal, because that would be a complete abandonment of diversification of our supplies. But there's a potential there to leverage that as well. And then of course, there's potable reuse, which I'm not sure where this commission is on that, but potable reuse is the next level of recycled water use. So right now we're mainly using it for outdoor landscaping needs of our schools and parks, but the technology exists to take it to drinking water quality. And the state right now is working on those regulations that would apply to what the city would need to do. And just a little bit of a backup, in 2016, the city did an extensive potable reuse study to look at how we would do that. And just because it's kind of interesting, what we would do to make that leap is we would have to build this advanced water treatment plant. It would be located across from the El Estero Water Resources Center. We would treat the water to drinking water standards, pump it up and into Laurel Reservoir, mix it with our surface water, and treat it again at Cater before it's distributed to the community. So that's how it would work for us. The groundwater, putting it in the groundwater did not work for us. Our basins are really small. But the state right now is working on regulations that would support that kind of potable reuse approach. And they're actually down in San Diego who has the money to kind of bankroll that kind of concept. And so they're developing, and we expect by 2025 to start to see some type of draft regulations that we could start to work with. So those are just some of the future potential ideas. And I have to put it out there, I'm very optimistic about the future of water for Santa Barbara. Our forefathers have really made a lot of wise decisions, and we have a lot of options here. I feel really confident that going forward, we have the ability to adapt to what this community needs, wherever the Planning Commission and City Council and community decide to go.
Thank you, Mr. Hagmark. I'm just going to comment, since I can both comment and question at the same time, that it's not only your forefathers, it's you and your team also. So I really, truly appreciate that. You've done an excellent job. So so you're saying that the state's working on regulations for potable reuse. So no communities have done that yet? Is that right?
Not the type of potable reuse that we're talking about. The one that there is regulations for right now is groundwater recharge. So you might have heard of Orange County. They have this beautiful groundwater basin where they basically pump their water in about 25 miles, and it makes its way through this groundwater basin, and they pull it back out. The water typically spends a couple years in the ground before they remove it. It's a really nice setup, and we weren't blessed with that kind of geography. We have a very steep watershed, and that's, good or bad, that's what makes Santa Barbara beautiful. It doesn't lend itself to injecting it back in the ground and pulling it back out.
Okay, thank you for that. So just for the benefit of anyone that's listening, you talked about the Montecito Water contract with, and it doesn't, my understanding is it doesn't have to be desal. It can be any form of water, yeah. And so you've included that in your analysis, correct? The requirement. Okay, and then how many extra acre feet do we have on desal? Because I know desal expandable beyond Santa Barbara, and that's one of the beauties of it. I remember learning that at one of the Water Commission meetings. So what's the potential? I guess that's my question.
Right. So our desal plant was wisely designed to be expandable based on our needs, and it has a very modular kind of approach to it. So we have the permits for 10,000 acre feet a year, which is roughly what our current demands are in our community. But we're currently have 3 treatment units in there. So we're doing about 3,000 acre feet a year, but we could add additional treatment modules to further expand to meet the community's needs based on what those are. And as we expand, the cost per acre foot goes down. I mean, that's one of the benefits of expansion. And so we're balancing those needs. And what we're really excited for, I mean, I know this is kind of off topic, but we're really excited that the city is moving towards 100% renewable energy, because really that is the most significant impact associated with desal. And I think Alelia Parenteau is going to get us there by 2022. She wants to have all commercial and industrial users access to 100% renewable energy. And we are very excited about that because we see that as probably the biggest hurdle for both potable reuse and desal, to be honest with you. Potable reuse is a very energy intensive process. So we're excited that we're moving in that direction and supporting that field of development.
Okay, thank you for the answer to that. That's great. I want to say, since I'm commenting and questioning, I appreciate the stakeholder-driven process through Water Vision Santa Barbara. I think the more citizens that understand our water supply needs, demands, et cetera, sources, the better. And I think that just the education of the community really, really helps. I know we really stepped up during the drought, but excuse me, and I just want to get to my next question. So the post-drought rebound variable, from what I've read, has the largest impact. So how does one analyze that? I'm nervous about that. I'm hoping that we all understand conservation of water is great, but it's a little bit scary that it has the largest impact to our water supply if we go back to bad ways.
Yeah,
not
I'll let
conserving water.
I'll let Michelle take a stab at that, because she not only works with us, but a pretty broad spectrum of agencies that are facing this issue right now.
And I guess, thank you. And I guess the second part of that question, are there communities where this post-rebound scenario is climbing rapidly and getting critical? I guess that's another question. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, great question. First of all, there is a lot that goes into that answer, but I will try and keep it simple. So the long and the short of it is a lot of droughts are not one size fits all, right? It's a lot about how severe was the drought? How long was the drought? What did you do because of the drought? Did people do, like, if you have a really short-term drought, then it might just be, more behavioral changes and whatever. The longer the drought goes, and this one was quite long, like 7-8 years, depending on how you want to count it. And it was a state drought. We've never had one of those before, where we had like state announcements, saying, we need to reduce and 25% reduction. That is the first time in our history of the state of California that we've actually done like a top-down drought announcement. So the reductions, thankfully, did exceed kind of what they called for. So they called for 25%. We did make that. But because of that, the reductions were more dramatic than, if we want to go back to your original, can we go back to the drought slide? It's the very, very first slide on demands. We can talk through that. So each individual drought has its own characteristics. So we definitely look at that and how much demand went down. And then we can also look at it in terms of how much water are people using. Thank you. So you can see that we had a drought in the past, right? It's not the only one. And so each time you hit one of those yellow bars, right, you have a reaction. But some of the bars, are kind of skinny. That means it's like a year or two. And then some of the bars are bigger. Obviously, this is a big one, the one we just had. And you can see the reduction. But you can also see that the drought that we had in the 90s, there was a recovery, right? So even though it looks pretty dramatic, we did do that as a community in the past. So what happens is people forget and they go back to behaviors of, not taking longer showers or, flushing toilets. So some of the stuff is that behavioral element. And then there's also a functional element. Some people will change out their landscaping, and things like that. And so those are the things that might be temporary. They might return to normal behavior. People in the service area moving out too. We're a mobile community now, more than maybe in the past in the original of this graphic. And so with that, you're having new people move in and they might not know, the Santa Barbara history and whatnot. So they might not have the same use patterns. So it's a shift in a profile. So the question is, how low would a house in Santa Barbara, we'll just throw that out, be in a non-drought time, right? So say your house, I'm just going to use round numbers, used 500 gallons per day. In a drought, you might have gone down to 200 or 300 per day. Now it's like, are we going to go back up to the 500 or are we going to stay down, with the 200, 300? Maybe we set out at 350 or something in between the two. So we didn't do a full recovery. We did not. So even when I did recovery, even though it looks like a recovery, I did not go all the way back. Because if you notice, even in this one, the very first drought, it drops down, but it didn't go all the way back up to that peak again. So there always is sometimes some permanent effect. So the question is, how long is it going to take? See how it takes many years. And then how much are we going to go back? And that's why it's a scenario. And we tried multiple, slower, faster, larger, bigger, trying to kind of sort that out. But we use data from the past. We also incorporated everything that you have in the service area, a very detailed model. It's about 2 million numbers. If you like seeing it, you can advertise that. It tries to really get to the details of what's practical, moving forward in the future, and what could we possibly see. So
What I would right. What I would add to that too, that I think sets Santa Barbara apart from a lot of different agencies, is the cost of water. We have good or bad. We have some of the cheapest water if you're a low water user, and we have some of the most expensive water if you're a big user. And I think what we do is we provide, by having that kind of rate structure, and in many ways we have to thank State Water and DSAL for that, because they provide the basis by which we justify the prices for Tier 3 water, but they provide a lot of cost benefit to our customers to make those changes, where you might go out and say, okay, is it really worth tearing out my lawn or my landscaping and redo it? It's going to cost me $2 grand, $3 grand to do that. And they're like, gosh, I could save $300 a month by doing that. It makes sense to do it. Oh, it'll pay itself off in just a couple months, So I think we're very fortunate where some areas, the difference between their Tier 1 and Tier 3 is like maybe $2. Our Tier 1 is $4.50. Our Tier 3 is $24. So we've got a very big spectrum. And I really thank Water Commission and Council for their support in helping us to work through those challenging rate issues. But I feel like that does also really help encourage our customers to make those permanent changes.
Right.
And can I just add one more thing, Mr. Hagmark, that this graph is so powerful, and we forgot to point out the green line that shows water production. If we look to the far right, where we're at today, if you travel horizontally across the graph, we're actually using the same amount of water now that the city did in the 1950s. And if you look at where our population was in the 1950s, it was half or even less than half of where we are now. And so our community really has embraced a conservation ethic. And I think when we're looking at how we're going to rebound from the drought, I don't think we'll even get back to pre-drought demands where that last leveling of the green line is. We're going to get somewhere up to it, but we're not even going to go to that far, because really our community has embraced ethic of conservation.
Right.
Yeah.
And you had a second part to your question. I heard it. That was part one of your question. I didn't forget. You had a part two of your question, which was, have any communities gotten to alarming state with their recovery?
Right.
So
have the rebounds
right.
really rebounded?
Yes. So the question to your okay, welcome to the world of demand forecasting. So the answer to your question is yes, we were starting to recover. You could even see Santa Barbara, it turned the corner, right? It wasn't the bottom, it's starting to head up the hill, right? So we started to recover in a lot of communities, and then we hit layered on a pandemic. Okay, great. So it just got even a little bit more complicated. I can explain that yes, some areas are recovering. They did slow down, I would say, on the recovery. They're all over the map right now because some communities are mostly residential. Some communities were a lot of commercial and have people commuting in, and now they're not commuting and they're staying home. So water is really dynamic. I'll just have to say that. And so some people were recovering and then they've slowed down. I've literally seen the data, I've been graphing it. And so they were kind of on a recovery curve and then they've kind of flattened out. So like right now, the last year has been a little bit more flat. They kind of paused almost, and it'll be interesting to see what happens after all this happens. I like to call it pressures. So like weather can be an upward or downward pressure depending on the year, if it's hot or if it's cool. Rates, like Joshua mentioned, it can be a downward pressure, right? Because it's expensive, so it's going to hold the water demand down. The conservation is a water saving, so that would keep your demand down. Pandemic, I'm not really sure. We don't have any like particles, papers. I was like, oh great, uncharted territory on this water demand. So we're not really exactly sure what the long-term aspect of it will be, if it'll be temporary, more like a drought, or if it will have some long-term impact. Climate change is another sticky wicket. It's going to have an impact. We do think it's going to go up, but it's a little bit of a question mark. So you take all of these variables and put them together. And that's why we did that what if scenarios, to say, okay, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? In the end of the day, they all work together and come out with your water demand. And I'm really excited to see your next chapter. We're trying to incorporate everything we know. But I will say there's a lot of known unknowns. I'm just going to admit it. I'm not exactly sure what's happening with the pandemic. That's new. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen with your climate change. We are increasing the speed, but we don't know how fast. And we have, we are changing communities and efficiencies. So we have done the best we can with what we have, but I do think you are pretty well shored up. You have a lot of great sources. I'm glad you do. You're in a much better state than a lot of other people in our state that rely on like one source or maybe two. And they may be growing a lot faster. So overall, I think you're going to be okay. But it will be interesting to see how this last layer of dynamics impact water demand. And that's why we went with that envelope scenario that you saw, is because I know this. I know there's a lot of known unknowns, and I think it's only fair to put that on the table and be very transparent about what's really going on.
Well, I appreciate that answer, and it is all about transparency in this Water Vision Santa Barbara, which I just think is just a really ideal thing to involve these stakeholders and the public in this. And I'm just hoping, we're a very environmentally sensitive community, so I'm hoping that our rebound demand will not be all that great. But I also appreciate the fact that we have a water resource department that has just done a superb job with in diversifying our portfolio of water sources. And it's just, you guys have all done a remarkable job. So I just have one quick question, and then I'll leave for the rest of my fellow commissioners. This Warren Act contract, do you anticipate it being, Mr. Hagmark's laughing. Do you anticipate it being successful, or is this not a question that I should be asking?
No, it's a wonderful question. And the more we can talk about it publicly and get people as fired up about it as I am, we've been working on this Warren Act contract since 2009, and it is insane. I know, insane. And we've gotten everyone to the table, and now the Bureau has said, well, we're not quite ready yet. Let's see how the biological opinion that's pending on Kachuma turns out. And then we will, and again, our pass-through has nothing to do with this biological opinion. It doesn't take any water away from fish, but needless to say, they're using it as an excuse to put it on the back burner. And so I expect, again, I'd throw something out there. I expect in the next 3 years to get resolution on this. It's just ridiculous. And I'm just so embarrassed that for our federal government, for their lack of, being able to execute things. It's really ridiculous.
Well, thank you for the honest answer. I didn't mean to open the can of worms, but I just thought it was interesting. Thank you for all you do and the wonderful presentation. And I would appreciate getting a copy of your PowerPoint, so I could look at it further. And that's my comments and questions, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Before we go to Commissioner Lodge, I'm going to make some facilitative comments here. Because we're going to conclude this hearing in a half an hour. So I'm going to both ask my colleagues, number one, if you've already heard prior colleague questions and answers that you had, please, we need to just be supplemental and not redundant with our half an hour. If you don't have any questions, you want to move right into comments, that's just fine. Personally, as chair, I'm going to forego any questions or comments because we don't have time to come to me at the end. But that's just the way this hearing has unfolded today. So let's really be focused and efficient, not that we want to shortcut content or substance. So now over to you, Commissioner Lodge, and please fold in together questions and comments. Can't hear you, Commissioner Lodge.
My mic on. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Hagmark, did you say since 2006, the Warren Act, you've been working on that?
We applied for the Warren Act in 2009.
2009, okay. It's been over 30 years since I went to Washington to lobby members of Congress about changing the Warren Act. And I want to explain what the Warren Act does is it says that federal facilities cannot have anything to do with non-federal water. Well, the water out of, and this came out of a, well, it's a deal from way long ago, but, and so Gibraltar was silting up. We looked at different ways of resolving that problem. And I said to the county water czar at the time, I'd be perfectly happy to exchange 1,000 acre feet of Gibraltar water for 900 feet guaranteed of maybe 1,000 acre feet of Gibraltar water for a guaranteed 900 acre feet from Kachuma, and meaning that we would just let the water go through to Kachuma and store it there. Well, you know, the Warren Act said, well, you can't do that. And I'm astounded at the amount of time it's taking to try to resolve this because, well, it just makes so much sense. Just a comment on the rebound after the 1987-1991 drought. The water use was close to 17,000 acre feet a year before that. It was huge. And the water use was cut by 45% during that drought. And it quite slowly came up after that. Now, of course, you know, the city helped pay the cost for replacing toilets, which used to use 7 gallons of water per flush, you know, for low flush toilets. You know, we gave out low flow shower heads, faucet things, and so on. So that led to a permanent reduction in use. And even though population grew, you know, look at in 2013 it was 14,603 acre feet. You know, well over 2,000 acre feet less than it had been at its high point. Part of that was the cost. And it was during that drought that we began to have different tiers of cost. And it's nothing like hitting people in their pocketbooks to get them to be very careful about how much water they use. So that's a very effective way of doing it. I'm certainly glad to see the wide range in the portfolio that, well, back then, and I did want to say, and the reason for the 10,000 acre feet initially for the desal plant is that Montecito and Goleta were part of it at that time. That was why it was so big, but which is now gives us the opportunity to expand as needed. Was something else? Oh, I just wondered in the 2011 plan. Oh, and I was so impressed with this at the time. I was liaison with the Water Commission, so I was watching all of this. The use line actually went down over the years, even as population grew. And this was at the time because of all the changes in the building code and requirements on water efficiency for appliances and so on. I noticed in the staff report there some additional legislation related to that. And I wondered just what is happening with that? What kinds of things are being done now that are reducing water use even more?
Yeah, I can take that question. Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. So we have a couple pieces of legislation that are still being written, or the details are still being fleshed out at the state level. You know, you're probably familiar with our most recent target, which was we had to reduce our water use by 20% by the year 2020. And the city far exceeded that target, and we met that goal. And now that 2020 is here, the state, and because we had the most recent drought, the state is developing new targets for the city, or for cities across the state, to make water conservation a way of life in California. And so what they're doing is they're looking at targets for water loss, which Joshua touched upon in terms of loss from our distribution system. We'll also have a target for residential use, a target for landscape, and a target for commercial use. And what it does is it creates overall a water budget that the city needs to perform within in order to meet those requirements. The details of what those targets look like aren't entirely fleshed out right now, but we track this legislation closely, and we're pretty confident that the city is already very efficient with its use, and that meeting these targets isn't going to be much of a challenge for the city because we've done so much work in the past around water conservation. And the plan that Madaus Water Management developed for the city, our conservation strategic plan, looked at that legislation and came up with a new conservation program that we think will also help us meet those targets.
Okay, thank you. Well, and of course, conservation is the cheapest water of all. So that's
Yeah,
always
and
what-
just one thing to add to that is when we get the, think of it as a budget. So you're going to get an objective specific to Santa Barbara. It won't be for anybody else, it'll just be for your community. But the individual targets are how it's being added up, but you don't have to meet each individual one. You just have to meet your overall budget. So that's just something to think about. So they're going to add it up and show you the individual elements, but you don't have to get down to, you know, squeeze any particular area. It's up to you how to make that budget. So that volume of water, they're going to give you a volumetric target that you have to meet, but it's up to you what path you take to get there.
Commissioner Lodge, I'm going to ask the other commissioners who have questions and comments to please turn their webcams on right now. We have 25 minutes left. And
Okay.
we need to really start to move this forward.
I'm done anyway.
But thank
Okay.
you so much. Commissioner Higgins, and then please, with the other commissioners who have questions and or comments, please turn your webcams on. We're really going to start to have to move a little bit more swiftly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If anybody wants to take it, the gap in between the low rate and the high rate, and I apologize, my Wi-Fi blacked out for a minute, so I may be asking something that's already been addressed, but that was shocking to hear that is it true we have the highest difference in terms of low and high water rates in the state? Did I hear that correctly?
Commissioner Higgins, yeah, we have, I don't say the highest, I can't speak to everyone, but we have some of the highest water rates at the high end, at the tier 3 rates, yes.
Don't take this the wrong way, but my question is, how many of the people that are involved in setting that rate, staff, council members, water board commissioners, have families that want desperately to continue using their front yard for whatever activities that their young children might enjoy?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. What's that?
So the people that set the rates are a part of a profile that I think my assumption is that don't have an inkling to use turf in their front or backyards. And we have a severe penalty on families with respect to that rate.
Well, I think I would.
Does that
I
ever
think
get
it would.
hashed out in public? You don't really have to.
Right. We do have a lengthy process that we go through with rates, but I would describe that the volumes of water that we have established are more than enough to satisfy reasonable needs, including a lawn, if someone really wants a lawn, and still stay within tier 1 and tier 2. If people are truly getting into tier 3, there's some serious issues going on with their water usage. And there are. I mean, there are people who do that.
Like a teenage daughter?
Maybe. I've got one of those. I
Okay.
can agree.
All right.
But we would be happy if you know someone who's constantly in tier 3 and is open-minded and wants to talk. We are happy to speak with them because I have a family. There's 5 of us on a quarter-acre lot, and we use a fraction. We don't ever get into a tier 3 situation.
That's cool. I appreciate that. I'll give you my daughter's, email account or Snapchat or whatever it is. Okay. Other question, and I apologize if this was brought up, but can we expect to be reimbursed at the ratepayer level for the financing or whatever is coming out of Montecito for jointly, partnering with the DSAL?
Yeah, the way that agreement is, if you're interested, I'd be happy to talk with you some more, but that agreement has them paying their full costs of partnering on this, plus additional costs to reimburse our customers for past expenses that we put into maintaining that facility prior to them joining. And so they're currently going to be picking up over 40% of the cost of that facility.
Yeah.
And there is no subsidy going out to them on that deal. So I think we ended up in a, again, we're dealing with two public agencies, so it has to be a win for both. I think we ended up with a win-win. I mean, they're paying their full freight. There's no discounts. We turned that desal play off. They continue to pay us as though it's operating.
But you think that will that cause us to see any ratepayer reductions?
It already has. We were supposed to do a rate increase in January, and we were able to, despite COVID, we were able to forego that. So unfortunately, it's tough to publicize kind of that stuff, but we will be talking with Finance Committee next week about that as we move forward. But the key is they don't start paying us until 2022, but our rate planning goes out pretty far, and we were able to kind of start to pull back.
I note the subtle, not so subtle difference between the lack of an increase and a decrease, but thank you
Correct.
for the response. So, all right, thank you, Joshua and Madam Chair. I'm through with my questions.
Thank you. Other commissioners, other commissioners, please turn all of your webcams on now so we can keep moving forward. Please don't wait. We need to, as I like to say, speed skate now through the rest of our session here. Commissioner Escobedo, and I am watching the clock very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions from me. I just wanted to thank you all for a great experience on the Water Vision work group. I think the discussions that we had, that a lot of it was around that social and environmental aspect, and I just am so impressed that you were able to incorporate it into the analysis. And it made me really feel good about being a part of that work group and seeing the tangible results. And I looked through the strategic water plan, and it is detailed, it is thorough, it is well thought out, and I just am impressed. And so thank you again, and thank you for today's presentation.
Thank you.
And our commission is going to look to an opportunity in the next couple of months, shall we say, where Commissioner Escobedo is going to give us his own presentation on his experience of the Water Vision stakeholder group. So that will be helpful as well. Commissioner Bonderson, both questions and comments grouped together, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I don't have any questions. I just want to comment on the presentation itself and Ms. Corey's verbal articulation of the material. Both the material, the slides, and the verbal was so articulate and so thorough. It really doesn't leave much questions from me, and I think many of the questions that did come up have already been asked and answered. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I do want to just address one thing that has come up multiple times, both in the presentation as well as in the Q&A. I want to just express my personal support and agreement with that social aspect of how we as individuals learn to be part of the improvement and part of our community commitment to keeping that supply and demand ratio continuing to be on the positive side. I grew up in Santa Barbara. I grew up during a drought. I grew up in a fire area that actually was directly hit and affected by the fire, the Painted Cave fire. So growing up, I learned where the limit was and what the rules were and what the consequences were directly in my family. And so as an adult, I benefit from the fact that my water bills are extremely low. I don't teeter in and out of the drought periods. I'm always consistent with the way that I use water. And I think that that is really an important factor that we all need to continue teaching, continue learning, and the awareness programs that are, surrounding that issue should be continued. I think that that's part of your program, as you've expressed. And when we do have new people moving into our area, those things should just be incorporated into the lifestyle in whatever way we can share that information and get them on board with us. So I continue to support that vision, and I love how you presented to us. And I just really commend everyone who's been involved. It's been an amazing presentation, and I feel so much more educated as a result of it. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, questions and comments together, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schwartz. My primary questions were answered, so I have interest in the subject matter, so maybe I can ask some ancillary questions offline. But just overall impressed with the water resource team. You guys are intelligent, well organized, and Commissioner Wiscombe pointed out how impressed she was with the stakeholder driven process, and that's not what I would expect from our water division. And that's a pleasant surprise that you would go to that kind of effort, and I think you have the intellectual capacity to handle it. So congratulations and great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you.
I think we've circulated through all of the commissioners. And in the interest of time, again, I'm just going to express appreciation to the three of you for being here today, and very thorough and encouraging presentation and a path forward. So with that, I don't think there's anything else. You have our feedback. Appreciate your time and involvement and contributions, and we'll see you soon, I'm sure. I'm going to bring it now. Thank you all. I'm going to bring it back to the commission. We're going to go now to our administrative agenda. Before we do that, I'm going to ask Ms. DeBus to make an announcement about our packet availability for the October 22nd Joint Planning Commission City Council work session.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. That packet has been posted on the City Council's website and is available electronically. And for anyone that has requested a hard copy packet, I can provide that to you tomorrow. Heidi has sent you an email with those same details. But please get in touch because our offices are closed tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to provide just a couple of very specific comments looking to all of the commissioners. You can, if you would turn on your webcams again, please, commissioners. Looking ahead to the 9 a.m. to 12 noon joint session between Planning Commission and Council next Thursday, the 22nd. I've been in communication with Mayor Murillo, Interim Community Development Director Rebecca Bjork, and by email with other staff members. It is going to be a very compressed, very efficient, I'll say efficient, very compressed session. And so as you take a look at the package, you will see the policy items that staff has agendized for questions and comments. There's going to be an extreme time pressure per council member, per commissioner for review of those policy items. If time gets away from any of us, and it's going to be to Mayor Murillo to facilitate, the session will, well, either individuals will be cut off or the session will go far longer than 3 hours. So we're really going to have to prepare in a way that is highly focused and efficient, given approximately 3 minutes per council member and 3 minutes per commissioner for questions and the same for comments, separate from council deliberation in the last hour of the 3-hour session as it's been represented to me. So with that, this is the time for our committee and liaison reports. Just raise your hand and tell me if you have any reports to present. Yes, Commissioner Higgins, please.
We have show cancellations, and we had an appeal on Camino de la Luz that was withdrawn.
Okay, very good for that, to hear that withdrawal. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to report that the Commercial Fishermen Subcommittee had a formal meeting online on September 23rd. And the details of that and the video will be available online. As you might recall, there are 2 council members that have joined the subcommittee to do their work, Councilmember Friedman and Councilmember Jordan. And this was about where we're going from here. And now they're going to step out and do work in the community to see if we can retain some facilities for the commercial fishermen. And that's all I have to report. There was a Water Commission meeting this morning. I'm sorry I missed it, but I'll report on it next time. Thank you.
Would you remind me, Commissioner Wiscombe, of the timeline for the De La Guerra Plaza renovation, a subcommittee that you and Commissioner Reed are on? Is there a concluding timeline that you're working towards?
Yes, I'm just, let me go to my my calendar here and see if I can find, the next meeting is in November. And that is on Commissioner Reed may have more. Oh, here it is. It's on Friday, November 20th, from 8:30 to 10 in the morning. So that will be one of 2 or 3 final meetings on our work. And then the next one is in December. And then if we need it, there'll be a follow-up in January. And then our work is pretty much concluded on that committee.
So
And we
let's say
also-
first quarter next year, you'll definitely be wrapping up.
Oh, we'll be
Sounds like the
done.
work.
I believe we'll be done by January. Yeah,
Oh,
January
okay.
2021. And then since you asked about that, there's also, don't we have a sea level rise adaptation plan meeting coming up? I think that is, yes. Do we have one on the 21st? Is that right?
Believe we do. I don't have my calendar on a
Yeah.
split screen up in front of me, but
Okay.
that sounds correct.
I keep the antiquated written calendar, so I have it in front of me, but sea level rise adaptation plan subcommittee meeting on Wednesday, October 21st from 10 to 11:30. So that's upcoming also. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Other updates, liaison reports, anything else that, yes, Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I wanted to just give everyone a reminder that the Transportation and Circulation Committee, the TCC, has a special meeting scheduled for next Thursday. That's October 22nd, and it should be at the expected time at 5:30 in the evening. So if anyone is interested, please refer to their agenda online.
Very good. Any ABR, let's see your ABR, anything on the ABR side that you'd like to report?
Thank you for asking. I actually am up to date on ABR issues that would pertain to the PC. So I double checked again today and there haven't been any particular projects that have come forward at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners Escobedo and Lodge, any updates for us today on anything you've been involved with that we haven't already covered?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No updates from committees, but just wanted to remind anybody who's listening that today is the last day for the census. and it's really important for our community. So if you have not filled out the census, do so at 2020census.gov.
Thank you for that reminder, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Lodge, you said no HLC updates, or no, not at this time. Okay, I think that concludes our business today. Thanks
Schwartz?
to, yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to get a representative for the city council meeting on the Paseo Nuevo appeal, if we can do that now.
I nominate
Okay.
Leslie.
Actually, thank you, Commissioner Higgins. I actually think that our chair, Schwartz, should actually do it. The two of us have worked very closely on the appeal, and both, I think, have been in sync on it. And I think it would be most impactful if our chair did it. So
Second.
that would be my recommendation. Good. I don't think we need to vote on it unless someone objects, or unless Chair Schwartz doesn't want to do it, but I think.
I'm available on, thank you very much. I'm available on December 8th, and I'm happy to do it with the support of all of you. So, okay, I guess that's settled, Mr. Bus. So go ahead and put me down as representative, and I'll be in touch with staff and Mayor Murillo as we get closer to that date. I think that was it. Let's see, Mr. Bus didn't come back on with anything else. And with that, 4 minutes to spare before 6 o'clock. Our work is done. Thank you all so much, as always. And we will see you all, if not before, next Thursday, bright and early, 9 a.m. No 1 o'clock hearing next Thursday. So we have to be ready to go. And again, packets are available online. And for those of us who ask for packets to be printed, you heard the announcement from Ms. DeBusk, and we can pick them up 630 Garden. Okay, with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thanks to everyone. Please be well. Bye-bye.